We'll bring this meeting for Peterborough City Council for March 30th, 2026 to order. The first item of business is our land acknowledgement, and we have a presentation. Providing a land acknowledgement at the start of our City Council meetings is an important act of reconciliation, reflection, and indeed responsibility. It is a moment to acknowledge that we gather under the traditional lands of the First Nations in the Williams Treaty area. We recognize the enduring presence, rights, and contributions of our Indigenous people. By taking this moment at each council meeting, we affirm that reconciliation remains an ongoing priority in our work and indeed in our community. Tonight's meeting will be the first time that we used a new video for the land acknowledgement. I'd like to recognize and thank everyone involved in creating this video. With us today in the gallery are the non-Dewegan singers, Zanam Ahmadihi and Mishkika Gitagon, and B. Serena Brennan and Janet McHugh weren't able to be with us this evening. Others involved in this project include Destiny Cardinal, who performed the jingle dress dance as sacred Nashanapik tradition. Elizabeth Osamanak, an Indigenous language knowledge keeper, who assisted me with the pronouncing the words in the land acknowledgement. I greatly appreciate her guidance and most importantly, her unlimited patience with me. Mike Melnick and Jessica Melnick from Impact Communications, they provided the video editing and sound recording. Michael Hercombe and James McGinty, who provided the videography and sound engineering for the drumming, singing, and dancing recordings. And our city's own staff who put all this together, including the Indigenous Religions Advisor, Shelley Knott, Communications Coordinator, Sarah McGillican, and Strategic Communications and Service Peterborough Director, Brendan Whitley. We thank you all. And with that, I'd like to introduce Council's new land acknowledgement video. Mr. Clerk, please. We acknowledge that we gather on the traditional and treaty territories of the Williams Treaty's First Nations, including Nishnabek peoples of Hiawatha, Curve Lake, Alderville, Beausoleil, Jordina Island, Rama, and the Mississaugas of Skugog Island. For generations, the Michisagi Nishnabek have cared for these lands and waters, guided by knowledge, ceremony, and responsibility. We recognize the ongoing impacts of these treaties, the injustices that occurred, and the enduring strength and resurgence of Indigenous communities. As we live and work here, we commit to reflection, respect, and meaningful action in the spirit of reconciliation. I would now ask the non-Dewegan singers to come forward to our circlet here, and we'd like to have a honorable photo with our distinguished guests. Members of council, please. The next item of business is our constitutional statement. The Council for the City of Peterborough recognizes the principles contained in our Constitution and in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We now have 30 seconds of silent reflection. I'd ask those who are able to please remove your hats and stand for the singing of the Canadian National Anthem. Before we go to disclosure pecuniary interest, Councillor Beamer is absent this evening. Does anybody have a disclosure pecuniary interest at this time? Councillor Hickey, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Report LSOCS 26-001 as the person named as a client of mine, the company.
9C. Get that separated out. Councillor Purnell, please, on the declaration.
Thank you, Your Worship. I doubt I have an actual conflict with any of these items, but since I was not able to attend the closed session on March 23rd, I was traveling and couldn't join remotely. I don't think I should vote on those first four items, 9A, B, C, and D.
Okay.
Thank you.
Duly noted. The next item of business is registered delegations. The first person we have 4 delegations that report IPG AC P26-006, which is an update on the Clonsilla Area Transportation Study and approval of Part A study design. Sue Sauve, please, from Peterborough Bicycle Advisory Committee. Welcome back, Sue. If we could just get your name and address for the public record, and you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Hi, I'm Sue Sauve, and I live in Town Ward in Peterborough.
Thank you very much. Please proceed, Sue.
Mayor Leal and members of council, thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening. I'm here to speak to the Clonsilla Avenue Transportation Study Report on behalf of the Peterborough Bicycle Advisory Committee. As an organization, we advocate for safe and inclusive streets for all, playing a vital role in community health and prosperity. I am the current chair of the committee and come with 20 years of professional transportation experience, largely in Peterborough. The description of Clonsilla Avenue in the report understates just how uncomfortable and dangerous it is to drive, bike, or walk along Clonsilla Avenue today. One of my early memories of Peterborough, circa 1997, was being in a car driven by a friend's father. As an out-of-towner, I doubt he knew how narrow the vehicle lanes were. We sailed around the big bend on Consilla in the middle lane at 75 kilometers per hour, passing cars on the right while narrowly missing oncoming cars. I was terrified. We didn't quite get up on two wheels, but I wasn't signing up for that ride again. From a pedestrian perspective, the sidewalks are reasonable, but crossing the road, even at intersections, is uncomfortable. Getting to transit stops on the other side of the road mid-block is a no-go. I don't have the nerve to try to cross the 4 lanes on Consilla, and certainly anyone with vision loss or mobility challenges would be unlikely to make the crossing. Clearly, Consilla is already failing our community. I think we have gotten used to the street as it is. It is our normal. So we aren't responding appropriately to the risks that it poses. Multiple segments and intersections fail to provide a safe street for mobility in any mode, driving, walking, or wheeling. Instead of a comprehensive EA, we need to address the urgent safety needs in the study area and don't want this bogged down in a process that results in projects that won't be realized for 20 years, like the EAs on Sherbrooke and Chemong, or worse still, like the North NDA study that has been underway for 10 years now. There are quick build solutions that would be a fraction of the cost to implement compared to the types of major projects that the EA is contemplating. Spending consultant dollars to tell us this is not an effective use of time or our limited tax resources. The solution is to configure Consilla Avenue into a three-lane design to provide standard vehicle widths, left turn lanes, and pedestrian crossing islands. This change would support intensification and make it easier to access businesses by vehicle. Other projects that would be great to have in the short term are the multi-use trail along the Parkway corridor from Consilla Avenue to Sherbrooke Street, resurfacing the multi-use path on the south side of Consilla. It was built in 1995 and hasn't had any changes since. Replacing the unsafe pedestrian crossing at the Canadian Tire Sobeys Plaza with a traffic signal. We don't need an expensive environmental assessment to tell us this. We do need intersection studies and designs to 3-lane the street. We need a design and budget to complete the trail, and we need to engage with our community about this proposal. An EA may be needed in the future, but we need a safer Consilla Avenue and safer intersections today. Let's get to the projects that will serve this community now and build the tax base in the area by attracting investment with quality street design. My presentation.
Thanks very much, Sue. You may have some questions. Questions for you? Councillor Chico, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Through you to Sue Sauvé, thank you for being here tonight and for sharing what you have. Could you just distill the specifics of quick build options that you think can be achieved sooner rather than later? And because this report has come up, it's the time to talk about it. Mm-hmm. Can you specify what they are? I know you mentioned a couple of examples, but if you could just distill the areas that could be achieved in terms of safety. Thank you.
Sue, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there are a number of them, but the one that I would highlight is changing Consilla Avenue from 4 lanes to 3 lanes. Right now with a 4-lane cross section, each lane is about 10 feet wide, which is substandard for vehicles today. And given the speed of traffic as well, it creates a really unsafe condition. And so we did this on George Street South by the Holiday Inn, where we took that 4-lane road that had a lot of collisions and concerns, and we made it into a 3-lane road. And we could do that same kind of idea on Consilla. And the beauty of that kind of project, it still costs money, but you don't need new land. And so, like, one of the reasons say that the Chemong project is really difficult and expensive to do is because we don't have all the land to be able to make that happen. So I see 3-laning Consilla as being a priority, and I state that one over other streets such as Sherbrooke just because of the narrow lanes and the really long distance between traffic signals for pedestrian crossings. And a 3-lane cross section can accommodate pedestrian crossings by making those pedestrian islands where there aren't driveways or intersections as well. So 3-laning the road allows intersections improvements as well that are much less expensive because you don't have to, again, expropriate at the corners to add left turn lanes and that kind of thing.
Thank you. My second question through you, Your Worship. That would be great. Thank you. So as president of the Peterborough Bicycle Advisory Committee, I know that you would have data and could speak to further detail. I know the report states that cycling and pedestrian accidents have decreased. Do you agree with this? And can you speak to it in a little more detail, whether it's with data or just trends? Thank you.
Well, it's a sort of data that might not be that helpful in this scenario. It's sort of like saying that we don't need a bridge because nobody crosses the river. There is hardly anybody who will cycle on Clinchilla, so the number of cycling crashes I would expect to be fairly low. That being said, I think, we've had 2 active transportation health indicator reports done in the past, and those had data about safety, like where the collisions were taking place for pedestrians and cyclists. And it would be really lovely to see some updated collision data. We haven't seen anything for quite a long time. It used to be on the website and stuff like that. There isn't much available today.
Thank you for those pieces of information. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Baldwin, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. It's nice to see you, Sue. We had a little chat this afternoon, you and I, by telephone, so thanks for taking my call. I am kind of interested in the 3-lane that you're proposing. My question would be, we're coming off a 4-lane roadway from the Parkway with vehicles traveling at least 60 kilometers per hour. With the 3 lanes you're proposing, is that going to create a bottleneck? And if so, how do you think we could address that?
Sue, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there are intersection improvements needed at Clinchilla and the Parkway, and the current design does make it fast and easy for cars to make that right turn from Parkway onto Clinchilla, but those sneak through rights, as we call them, especially a double lane like that, is resulting in the pedestrian collisions that we're seeing and that we see in the report. It's quite dangerous. I don't know what the solutions are, but in short, I would say there probably would be some backup of vehicles, but I would point out that nobody dies in congestion, right? They die when there's vehicle speeds and collisions. So, yeah.
My second question, Your Worship, through you, Sue, what's also fascinating for me about the proposal is that we wouldn't need to expropriate or purchase any land to do what you're suggesting. Have I got that correct?
I can't speak for staff, but my interpretation when I see the street and think about what we would need to do to change it from 4 lanes to 3, which is the project that I led on George Street South by the Holiday Inn before. That was the case there, and I don't see why that would be different here, but there might be things that I'm not aware of.
Thanks for that, Your Worship. I know I'm limited to 2 questions, unfortunately, but that's the new procedural bylaw. I'll have some other questions for Commissioner Nelson. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Baldwin. Councillor Burke, please.
Thank you, Mayor Leal. Whoa. Thank you, Mayor Leal. And through you to Ms. Swab, thank you so much for coming. I just want to make sure that I understand what you're proposing to us is, and what I said when we heard from the consultants last week was that this may be overkill when the issues on that strip of road are so common and there's a unity around what the problems are. Why do we need? Are you saying that you're not very critical of the design, the study design report as much as you think that it's unnecessary because there's some common issues with that strip of road and it could be more prudently solved by just focusing on those instead of a huge redevelopment?
That's what I'm saying. Like the larger scale environmental studies like this, they're very expensive. They take a long time. And to my knowledge, they're only needed if you were planning to actually expand the road or to build a new road. So if we wanted to implement the safety concerns and do that now, my understanding is that we don't need a larger scale EA to do that. And it wouldn't preclude an EA being done in the future, but to address the immediate concerns that we have. And the EAs have a bit of a reputation for taking a long time and to not, because they come up with large scale solutions, they have large scale budgets and then they languish and not get built.
Thank you. And Mayor Leo, through you, my second question. In this report, it's littered through the report, the idea that council is not approving anything and that a lot of the elements of the design and the project will be fixed through consultation. Are you confident that if this report goes through, that consultation will take place in a way where your meaningful input and others would be heard within the final plan?
Sue, please.
Oh, that's such a hard question. I was staff for a long time. To be completely honest, I'm not confident. We submitted comments in August. Prior to the comments being submitted, we had some questions that would influence our letter. We got the answers to those questions, I think about 2 months after the closing date for when they were due. We only found out that this was coming to council by accident. Right now, there's nothing on the Connect PTBO page. So I feel a bit awkward in saying this, but it's a bit tough to be involved from the community side.
Delia, thank you.
Any further questions for Ms. Sauvé? Thank you very much for being with us this evening. The next presenter is Lorraine Corandia from the Peterborough Bicycle Advisory Committee. Please welcome. If we could have your name and address for the public record and 5 minutes to make a presentation. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Lauren Corindia, and I live in Town Ward. What does thriving look like? Mayor Leo, members of council, city staff, I'm here as a member of the PBAC committee, as a community member, and I'm here to ask you to defer this environmental assessment and redesign this study. When council thinks of a thriving street, do you think of Clonsilla Avenue? Clonsilla, or Clonzilla, as I sometimes refer to it, feels the exact opposite to how I want a street to feel. Fast-moving cars, unwelcoming for pedestrians and cyclists. My hairdresser, who works off of Clonsilla, says she purposely takes alternate routes to work because she doesn't feel safe and is too scared to drive there. Fast, wide roads kill economic and community prosperity, whereas inclusive road design drives it. As people are still going to live, work, and own businesses on Clonsilla, if cars are what is being prioritized, it is to the detriment of all other uses. From engineering firm Tool Design, investments in walking and biking typically make driving better. The path to less congestion is not more road, it's more options. I'm going to read that again. The path to less congestion is not more road, it's more options. If people in your community can easily walk, bike, or take transit, that means less car traffic. But if biking and walking conditions are dangerous and transit service is lousy, that means more people drive cars and are stuck in traffic alongside you. Expanding roadways may seem like a good solution, but research shows time and time again that this fails to relieve congestion in the long term. In other words, traffic forecasting is a self-fulfilling prophecy. By designing for more cars, we end up encouraging more driving. It's a cycle based on a false assumption. More cars do not necessarily mean more roadway space. And crucially, more people does not necessarily mean more cars. As the organization Strong Towns outlines below, roads like Clonsilla suck wealth out of our communities. Here's how. 1, they cost a lot to build and maintain. With so much pavement, the costs of keeping these roads smooth and intersections functioning really add up. If Clonsilla was redesigned to make it easier to walk, bike, and take transit, it would mean less vehicle traffic and therefore fewer road maintenance costs. 2, they don't make good use of land. Roads like Clonsilla, Shamong, and Lansdowne are full of parking lots which sit largely empty much of the time and have multiple lanes which are infrequently at full capacity. Much of the land in these areas is simply wasted space. By contrast, other streets that are designed with people walking in mind typically generate more value for the city economically and culturally. 3, they produce very little in tax revenue. For all of the expenses they occur and space they occupy, these roads are very low performing investments. With so much land sitting empty, it's not creating value for residents, business owners, or municipalities. These roads cost a lot, but they don't pull their weight when it comes to paying for the infrastructure they require. For the lower cost of a street redesign, you get a far greater return on investment in taxes, which means the ability to fully pay for the infrastructure that the street relies on. It's no contest. Redesigning Clonsilla for safety, community, and economic prosperity is better by every metric. It would cost less to build and maintain, makes better use of land, and would produce a much higher amount of tax revenue. When we build or expand roads with only future traffic volumes in mind, we're sinking municipal finances into infrastructure that will suck wealth out of our city. When we build better streets, we're investing in infrastructure that will create community wealth and value for generations to come. Council has a choice. Build an economically prosperous and thriving street that prioritizes community safety by redesigning this study and deferring the environmental assessment, or make it even more unsafe than it already is for
Ms.
everyone.
Corradini, your time is up, but I'll let you finish your thought.
Last sentence. If council is serious about not raising taxes and ensuring the city is economically viable now and in the long term, you will redesign Clonsilla and any future streets in Peterborough with community values at the center.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
There may be some questions. Councillor Chico, please.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Thank you for presenting today, Lauren. It's great to have you here. Just a really straightforward question. As a cyclist, do you use Clonsilla as a cyclist? And if you do, what does it feel like? Thank you.
Corindia, response?
I would never ride on Clonsilla. It is extremely scary and extremely dangerous. And as a result, I drive and I'm stuck in traffic with everyone else. If the road was designed for safety, I would bike there in a heartbeat.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Councillor Crowley, please.
Thank you so much for coming tonight. I appreciate it. I agree with everything that you said. I'm a little bit confused though, because from what I heard is that you sort of agree with everything that I think as somebody who lives in that area and has biked along Clonsilla, is that the road is dangerous. There's too much traffic. It's too fast. It's unsafe for pedestrians. It's unsafe for cyclists, and it doesn't add to the vitality of the businesses in the area because we have so much traffic packed in there. And I'm a little confused as to why you would want a deferment instead of having staff go back with the consultant and actually look at ways to implement changes to allow for bike lanes, bike lane across the parkway lands, another potential intersection by off, I think, fellow in Sherbrooke. I think there's a plan to have something there. So do you think that a deferment is a better idea than potentially allowing staff to go ahead and maybe look at some options to and then come back to us and make Clonsilla a little bit safer for people like me who like to bike and like to bike along Clonsilla and have to do it on the sidewalk?
Ms. Corradini, please.
Yeah, my understanding is that the measures that would make Clonsilla safer don't require an EA.
Okay.
I mean, that's our board chairs. I
Sure.
listen to her.
Sure.
I think if there are things that can be done that don't cost as much money and don't take as much time, People are getting into collisions now. People
Yeah.
are unsafe now. I think if there's a cheaper, I've been watching council meetings and I hear time and time again, council doesn't have any money. We're over budget. Things are strapped. How do we save money? If this thing is really going to cost as much money as I don't know how much money it's going to cost, but if it's
Neither
going
do
to
I.
cost,
Yeah.
if it's going to cost
Yeah.
that much money, then I think it makes sense to do things that cost less money now and can make our community safer
Yeah.
than spending money and time to make change happen in the future.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. No, I appreciate you being here. I just wanted to sort of clarify that because it was a little bit, you're speaking my language. I just wanted to make sure that I understood. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Councillor Work, please.
Mayor Leo, thank you. And through you to Lauren, thanks for coming. I'm just sort of picking up on the previous speaker. And I'm trying to keep up with, we received a flurry of emails about this today. So I'm trying to just really quickly keep up with it. And what I'm hearing maybe differently than the previous speaker, and you can just correct me if I'm wrong, but is part of the concern that this plan is completely fixed in the perspective of the driver and not in the perspective of the people that live in the neighborhood, people that want to bike or cycle. Is that part of the issue?
Scoria, please.
Yeah, I think it's part of the issue. I think and again, I'm not 100% sure how these things work, but my understanding is like a different study could be done that's not an EA that could identify the issues we have. And yeah, I mean, especially because the EA is so focused on traffic volume and projected traffic volume in 2051 or something, like that's assuming gas is cheap enough we're all driving in 2051. Like, I don't know how that's going to play out, but yeah, I think if a different study can be done to identify the things that doesn't require an EA, then it's better. Yeah.
Thank you for coming and speaking, and we'll follow up. I agree with your the way you characterize that street. I'm a bit of a thrill seeker, so I kind of feel like I'm in Mario Kart every time I'm driving there, and just but it is crazy, and I don't know how it's not worse than it is. And you're right. If
You have a question, Councillor Burke?
No, I said my question. I'm just sort of following up, Mayor Leo. Thank you.
Any further questions? Any further questions? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank
Next,
you.
we have Sarah Whitehead. Sarah, please. Welcome. If we could have your name and address for the public record, and you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Sarah Whitehead. I live and work in North Crest Ward in Peterborough.
Very good. Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here this evening. I've worked as a public health physician for the last 30 years and specifically on global road safety initiatives for over 10 years. I also work as an investigating coroner here in Peterborough, and that informs my perspective on community safety. But I want to be clear, I'm speaking as a private individual tonight and not for any organization I work with. The council recommendation before you on the Clonsilla EA looks on the surface like the routine business of approving a study to find solutions to a problematic part of our road network. But what I see in that report is a plan that, one, is not built around the overarching priorities of the Transportation Master Plan, which are shown on the screens above you, that does not address road safety in a fulsome way, and most importantly, proposes a long, expensive study process that looks like it will result in yet another high-cost capital plan that sits on the shelf indefinitely because our city doesn't have the money to implement it. This slide shows the 4 overarching priorities of our TMP that Council passed in 2023 and for which I sat on the Community Working Group. Although the study report before you includes some words about these issues, it is not framed around them, nor does it consider them as assessment criteria as Council directed. Instead, a substantial part of the report focuses on moving more vehicles more quickly. The jargon is LOS, or level of service. And the report includes a plan to consider a costly widening of the road to 5 lanes and building new road connections. This is counter to all 4 of the TMP overarching priorities. I'll speak specifically to the second one, safe transportation systems, which is my area of expertise. The report describes high collision rates along Clonsilla, but it doesn't include the key elements of a safe system approach. First, the reported number of collisions unhelpfully blends everything from minor fender benders to fatalities, events that have very different risk factors and causes. A true safety approach starts with humans and analyzes injuries, not collisions, by travel mode and by severity. This information is missing. Second, there is no information on speeds along these corridors. As we've heard from the last speakers, speed is the single most important safety hazard for all road users, and especially those not protected by the metal shell of a vehicle. We know speeds are a problem along Clonsilla. We know it from the frequent police reports on stunt driving and from the everyday experience of driving, walking, or for the very brave, cycling there. The city's measured speed data along the corridor is necessary to target and evaluate solutions that address it, and this information is missing. Third, the walking and cycling design alternatives presented in the report mention paths and the addition of missing sidewalk segments. But the critical design approaches to manage speed, the biggest threat to people on foot or on bikes, are not included. And there's no mention of design approaches like median safety islands or reducing crossing distances at intersections. And fourth, one of the proposed solutions is road widening to 5 lanes. From a pure safety perspective, not even considering cost, 5-lane roads are less safe for all road users, drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists alike. Wider roads invite higher speeds. The extra lanes make it challenging for drivers to see and navigate and make them more likely to overlook pedestrians crossing. And pedestrians are faced with longer crossing distances. As previous speakers have noted, there are many solutions to address the urgent safety and operational needs in this study area more quickly and for less cost compared to considering a road widening that requires an EA. EAs were done for Chemung and Sherbrooke, completed in 2013 and 2014. Completed, not started, and work has not been initiated there. This EA might, if we're lucky, be done by 2028, and then it may propose widening to 5 lanes, construction of new links that require enormous capital costs, all while urgent safety issues remain unaddressed. Let's be fiscally realistic and follow the priorities defined in the city's own TMP to reduce capital and maintenance cost and to enhance the safety focus of transportation improvements, items 2 and 3 up there. And instead of an EA for the next 18 months and an indefinite delay while the city struggles to find capital funding, let's move more quickly to implement smaller scale, faster solutions like a 3-lane configuration.
Sarah, your time is up, but I'll let you finish your thought there.
Like a 3-lane configuration, redesigned intersections, and shortened pedestrian crossing distances.
Thank you very much. There may be some questions.
Sure.
Questions? Councillor Chica, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Through you to Dr. Whitehead, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate you sharing from a place of experience, understanding, and as a citizen who cycles. My question is, based on what you've shared around council's overarching priorities, good to be reminded of that as a council. From a previous council, these decisions have already been made. So that's an important factor as we ask the question, what can you say? We don't have the data around Clonsilla because we heard from Sue Sauvé that people generally don't travel by bicycle on Clonsilla. What do you know as an expert about the risks of cyclists and pedestrians using a thoroughway like Clonsilla in its current state? Can you share some of that with us?
Dr. Whitehead, please.
Through you, Mayor Leo. Primarily, the high speeds. So let's think about pedestrians. We have high speeds. We have very few places to cross, and when needing to cross, pedestrians have to navigate 4 fast-moving lanes of traffic that that's the fundamental piece of risk is lack of space given to them for their own infrastructure in terms of sidewalks, high speeds, and lack of crossing facilities. For cyclists, we have fast-moving narrow lanes, and they're mixed in with traffic. So with those fast-moving narrow lanes, there is no place for a cyclist to move at a different speed from the prevailing speed of traffic. And when you don't have a vehicle, the potential impact. So there's higher risk of a collision, and then in case of collision, there's much higher risk for severe injuries.
Thank you very much. Second question, if I may. Thank you, Your Worship. So if there were an amendment to the motion that specified specific measures that address these community safety issues that would be met at a lower cost, which was one of the council priorities, safety-oriented solutions, the things that are being proposed, would that be helpful in terms of an approach to this study, this study and work with consultants? If that were prioritized and if that were in the forefront and expedited, with an EA perhaps happening along the side, would that be a satisfactory approach at this moment? Thank you.
Dr. Whitehead, please.
Through you, I don't have specific expertise in EA-related legislation in this province. My work is international. My understanding is that as long as an EA is underway, projects can't start. So yes, an amendment with an alternative consideration of lower cost options would be tremendously helpful. What I can't speak to is can the EA simply be deferred, suspended? I don't know the details of what would be required in a regulatory sense.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Worship.
Welcome. Councillor Baldwin, please.
Thanks, Your Worship, and Dr. Whitehead. Nice to have you in council chambers. Do you have any experience where I'm trying to take the scenario now where we're coming off of a 4-lane parkway and we're going to go on to Clonsilla to either get into the downtown or find a pathway to go north. I'm just wondering if you have any experience where perhaps another municipality has done some design work, as was suggested, from a potential 5-lane to a 3-lane. If you've got an example like that, I'd be interested in knowing if the drivers who want to continue to drive at a high speed with a volume of traffic coming off there, if they cut through to other streets to get up to their destination. In other words, they take the large amount of traffic that we're now seeing on Clonsilla, where they find another way to get where they're going by cutting through other streets.
Dr. Whitehead, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. This is always the concern, right? Where if we reduce the lane space for vehicles, where will they go? And it's the flip side of this thing we call induced demand. And induced demand is when you build more lane space, suddenly you see more vehicles. When you reduce the lane space, the number of vehicles traveling, generally, there's not a huge amount of overflow cut through. The vehicle traffic actually declines. We see this, for example, I don't have a specific example of a two-lane to 1-lane in my head, but we see this when bridges are taken down, overpasses, elevated highways. Elevated highways get removed, and everyone is completely alarmed. The roads by the Seine in Paris, where cars were removed for them, and everyone said, well, where will the traffic go? It will snarl up the neighborhoods. It doesn't happen. When there's less lane space available for vehicles, people start to make different behavioral decisions in how they get around and when they get around. It's not intuitive, but we have examples all over the world where road space is removed and it does not create new levels of congestion.
Well, thank you for that. That's interesting because I would have thought the opposite. I would have thought that if you're taking cars off Clonsilla, for example, or off the Parkway, for example, and they're still going to go to a destination, you'd simply remove large amounts of traffic or high volumes off of one road, and it would go to another road to get to their destination. So I guess that's what I'm struggling with. I could perfectly see and understand what your presentation is asking, what Ms. Solveig's presentation is asking. I'm just wondering where those cars are going to go if they're not on Clonsilla, and if it's going to be less safe on other streets if that decision's made.
Dr. Whitehead, please.
Yeah. I think it's a reasonable question that comes up all the time. And again, I would say it isn't intuitive when we think about it, but there are ample examples, and I'd be very happy to pull them together to share of what is actually the pattern when you remove this road space.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions for Dr. Whitehead? Further questions? Councillor Crowley, please.
Thank you, Doctor, for being here tonight. I really appreciate it. Like you and the previous speaker, Lauren, I believe, both mentioned about the possibility of not having the EA and going to some sort of quick fix issues to shore up Clonsilla, which I would love to see. That'd be great. Do you know, are you aware of anything with capital projects where an EA is a requirement in order for us as a municipality to apply for any sort of provincial or federal funding for a capital project? Like, could that be the reason that an EA is sort of needed? Because I have heard with capital projects in the past that there's studies that are done and people are like, oh, why is the city doing another stupid study? And and it's like, well, I think we need that if we want to apply for a federal or provincial grant. So are you aware of whether or not we have to have an EA for a project in order to apply for funding? Do you know at all? Is
Dr.
that
Dr. Whitehead,
you.
please.
Thank you. Through you, I don't have knowledge about specific regulations in the province of Ontario for that. My understanding is that when you have land expropriation and widenings of roads, that then it is required. But you would need to ask your staff. I don't know.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Any further questions for Dr. Whitehead? Thank you very much
Thank
for your
you.
presentation. Jay Fitzsimmons, please, on the same topic. Welcome, Jay. If we get your name and address for the public record, and you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Hi, my name is Jay Fitzsimmons. I'm a resident of Northcrest Ward, and I'm speaking to you on behalf of the Peterborough Youth Soccer Club, where I volunteer as secretary. And I'll be speaking about an issue that will be a proposed road that will be an autonomy ward, but it affects families across the city.
Please proceed, sir.
Thank you. So first, a little bit about the Peterborough Youth Soccer Club. We are not only the largest soccer club in this city, but arguably the largest sports club in this city. If anyone plays soccer in this city as a kid, they've probably come through our club. We have about 2,000 kids a year playing with our club. It's a large operation, largely run by volunteers like me. You might be wondering why a soccer club is speaking about transportation study, and that's because it affects the people coming to and from our games. We want to make sure that all of our players, all of our families, our referees, many of whom are 13, 14, 15 years old, can get to our fields safely and reliably, regardless of their method of transportation. And so that's where this study comes in. Kinsman Park is a key field for our soccer clubs. This is where our 4 to 6 year olds play most weekdays, 6 p.m. We split the field there into 8 mini fields for these little kids. Each of those 8 mini fields having 2 teams, lots of players, lots of their families, the referees, the coaches, and so on. It's a big operation. It's entertaining just to watch. I encourage it. Go out there and watch these poor coaches who didn't know what they were signing up for, herding the cats. It's pretty funny. And as part of this transportation study that the previous delegations have spoken about, there's a proposal in there to put a road through this, to put a road through Kinsman Park, as it's shown in the map there. The Peterborough Youth Soccer Club urges you to not consider this option. We believe it will endanger children, and that matters above all. So as you can see from the map, the proposed road, and I don't know exactly what angle of road or whatever, so I just drew it on there, but it'll be connecting Medical Drive with Clonsilla around 3rd Avenue. This, as you can see, is very busy with kids. We've got our 8 soccer fields there. We've got the splash pad that is very highly used. We've got a trail there where dog walkers go. We've got the arena for lacrosse and hockey. We've got a ball diamond. And oftentimes in the summertime, when you go there, all of these things are being used at once heavily. It's hard to think of a worse location in the whole city to put a through road than right amongst all those kids. So I am asking that, now I agree with the previous speakers. Incidentally, my own son bikes to games when he referees, for example. I want it to be safe for everyone. And so if there's a way to get from A to B without requiring an EA, hey, have at her, that sounds great. But if we are to proceed with this study, I ask that council carve off this option. Get this road right out of it, exclude it as an option for everything going forward. I understand they want to have all options at their disposal so they can weigh everything. This one is just not on. This one is going to endanger children, and I'm asking council to please carve this one out so it will not be possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fitzsimmons. There could be some questions for you. Councillor Crowley, please.
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Jay, for coming tonight. You make a really great point, and you're talking me out of actually liking that option, because one of the things as somebody who I'm the Monaghan Ward rep. I live right around that area. Having that extra road there to divert some traffic through Medical Drive, especially on Goodfellow, which is choked full of cars all the way down to the church sometimes. I thought, well, that sounds great, but now you're talking me out of it. Now, so currently tonight, I mean, we're not actually proposing to approve anything. So would you certainly, when there is a public information session regarding this down the road, however many months, whenever it is, would you be able to come out and actually speak about this and speak to staff about this and maybe reach out to me and remind me? Because I'm not 100% sold on it anymore. I don't know if it's going to work. I would have to see, obviously, I'd have to see how it is, but would you be willing to come out and talk to staff about it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Fitzsimmons, please.
Sorry.
Respond.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. You make some great points and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councillor Chica, please.
Thank you very much. Through you, Your Worship. Thank you so much for coming. I so appreciate the visual and just hearing about this really crucial community safety issue for our kids and our families around soccer. My question is related to just what you've shared. I was at Foodland this weekend when there was a huge fishing show happening at Kinsman, and I saw people walking and I was worried. So I get it, and it happens in many situations that it would be a safety issue. How did you know this was coming up tonight? And did you know it came up on Monday? So that's my question, because I'm hearing from the public that sometimes these things that are so important are just, very haphazard and quick and lucky in terms of getting the information. So just curious how you heard about this.
Mr.
Thank you.
Fitzsimmons, please.
Yeah, thank you. I got lucky. I happen to be on the mailing list for Peterborough Bicycle Advisory Committee. So that's how I heard about it. We at the Peterborough Youth Soccer Club had submitted feedback on this proposal back in August, I think it was. I assumed from that they would probably, anyone who had submitted comments, I assumed we would be kept informed as things progressed, but we haven't heard from that.
So, and to your worship, thank you for saying that, and we're certainly getting a message tonight about the importance of communicating out what is on the roster. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Councillor Duguay, the Councillor Riel. Councillor Duguay, please.
Thank you, Mayor Leal. Mr. Fitzsimmons, thank you for your attendance. I also thank you as somebody who coached soccer in our community, and I know it's I know it's involved, it's active, and I certainly can attest to this facility when there's also summer hockey being played. It's very busy. Sir, you referenced the road connection, but in the previous page in the same report, it also shows figure 7, which shows possible walking connections. So if this was not a road connection and instead was a walking connection, bringing potentially, a way to get then to Clonsilla Avenue, what would be the view of the soccer club if it was a trail or a walk path, bike path, and not a road?
Mr. Fitzsimmons, please.
Oh, that'd be officially beauty. That'd be fantastic.
Well,
Let people bike and walk down there. That'd be great.
quick answer.
Officially beauty. And similarly, on that same exhibit, it also shows a potential walk path following what would be that from the intersection of the Parkway, Clonsilla, and then extending to Medical Drive, Sherbrooke Street. If that was a walk path, what would be providing it doesn't disrupt soccer fields, what would be the position of your soccer club?
Mr. Fitzsimmons?
I think so. I couldn't quite follow exactly where it is, but in general, walking paths, great. Bike paths, great. Like these things aren't going to hurt the kids, and if anything, it's going to help our referees, our players and families all come to the games nice and safely.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Fitzsimmons. Those are my comments, and I apologize for not getting you back today. I was immersed in work, but I'm glad you attended this evening. Thank you.
Councillor Riel, please.
Through the chair to Mr. Fitzsimmons, and thank you very much for being here. I'm going to go back in time a little bit here. When the Medical Drive was built, and then there was the potential of having an extension of the parkway that went across, dissected that whole property, and it come out somewhere around Goodfellow, and that was the decision of council not to do that. Then there was the rebirth of the 3rd Avenue cutoff. As far as I'm concerned, that is still a dead issue. I don't know why it's here, but I would assume the consultant is putting it out there as a viable alternative, but we built a splash pad. So I cannot understand why it's even here. When the 3rd Avenue cutoff was thought about to try and alleviate some of that problem at the corner of Sherbrooke and Clonsilla, that was the 3rd Avenue. And I think we at one time, I don't know if we even expropriated some land there to build up, but we built a splash pad there now. So I don't know why it's there, but I assume that it's probably the consultant is looking at it as.
And we have a question. There's a question coming, I believe.
Well, we're building up to it, the mayor, and just trying to go back in history because I'm looking at 10 or 12 years of history, and some of the people that are sitting around the table here don't know, but that's decisions that the previous council have made. But thank you very much.
Councillor Burke, please.
Mayor Leal, thank you. And through you to Mr. Fitzsimmons, Jay, thanks for coming here. I want to pick up on one small thing that you said. And I'm paraphrasing, but essentially your ask to us is to cancel this out of any future plan, whether that's an EA or otherwise, because are you saying that because you're like me and you know how these things can kind of come in by stealth sometimes, where even though we're not approving it tonight, we're giving the go ahead for a lot of work to go into a proposal that includes it. And we all know what that can result in. It can have us, between a rock and a hard place. Are you asking council to sort of to get rid of the idea of any road happening there tonight as part of this plan?
For service, please.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, I want it gone from any consideration. Partially, like you said, things can come in through stealth in this way. But also, if we know what the study's going to say. The study is going to say, wow, there's all kinds of kids that could get hit there. It's it's going to cause a lot of ruckus, and let's not do it. So let's just not waste the time of the study.
Thank you. And Mayor Leo, I was trying to imagine what this was going to look like in fruition last week. Now, can you walk us through what that would look like? Because I can't make it make sense right now. You're going to have people racing to cut across Sherbrooke. Then they're going to be stuck in this little alley between Sherbrooke and Clonsilla. So set aside the fact that you don't want the road. If we put a road in there, does it make sense to you how that would work to function to make things any smoother for the traffic?
Mr. Fitzsimmons, please.
No, I don't know, man. I don't know how it would work. I don't know how it would look. It's beyond me as well. I'm a biologist and a soccer referee. I don't know, but I can't picture how it could be done safely. Like right now, we've all been there. Eh? Like the kids are just darting across that street to the splash pad all the time between the cars, and they're right at the age where they're all full of energy and not so much looking for cars. And so, if you make it even busier, I don't think it would go well.
Well, thanks a lot for coming out tonight. I appreciate it.
Any further questions for Mr. Fitzsimmons? Thank you very much, sir, for being with us this evening.
Thank you.
The next delegation, Joelle Favreau, the Basic Income Peterborough Network. Welcome. We could get your name and address for the public record. You'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation, and welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. I'm Joelle Favreau. I live in Ashburnham Ward, and I'm here representing the Basic Income Peterborough Network. For much of my professional life, I have worked on the front lines of food insecurity. The most haunting parts of this work is the phone calls from mothers who whisper. They whisper because they don't want their children to hear them say there's nothing left to eat. I can hear the panic in their voices and their shame. They feel they have failed, but the reality is that our systems have failed them. Their lack of resources is not a lack of effort. It's the predictable result of income supports that are too low, too conditional, and too unstable to meet basic human needs. Basic income has the power to change this reality. At its core, a livable basic income is the foundation of a modern social safety net. It is an income floor that ensures no one falls below the level required to live with dignity. Poverty is not an abstract concept in Peterborough. We see it every day in the growing number of residents falling into homelessness, in the rising number of individuals struggling with food insecurity, and in the families who work multiple jobs and still cannot make ends meet. These realities come with massive human and financial costs, and it is our municipalities that bear a disproportionate share of that burden. While income support is primarily a provincial and federal responsibility, municipalities pay for the fallout when those systems fail. This is why advocating for a basic income is not only the right thing to do, it's a fiscally smart response. Let me highlight 4 core reasons why this council should lead the call for a livable basic income. First, it reduces downstream costs. Municipalities are currently forced into crisis management, the most expensive and least effective way to handle poverty. By providing an upstream floor, basic income significantly reduces municipal spending on emergency shelters, police services, and the constant cycles of crisis-driven social supports. It transforms chaotic, unpredictable costs into planned management investments. Second, it stabilizes local housing. The rise in homelessness we see in our community is a direct result of income floors like Ontario Works, which expects a single person to survive on just $733 a month. That isn't a safety net, it's a trap. When residents have a guaranteed income, they can pay their rent. This directly relieves the downloaded pressure on this city to build and manage emergency housing. Third, it stimulates the local economy. Unlike corporate subsidies or other economic incentives, basic income goes directly into the hands of people who spend it immediately. This money stays right here in Peterborough. It is spent at our local small businesses. It creates a trickle up effect that strengthens our local tax base. Fourth, it improves public safety and health. Financial desperation is a primary driver of stress and crisis. The evidence is clear. When people have a stable income floor, they are better able to afford nutrition and medication. This leads to fewer emergency room visits, fewer calls to emergency services for mental health crises, and a more resilient community for everyone. Some worry that a basic income discourages work, but the data tells a different story. It gives people the stability they need to pursue education, take jobs that match their skills, or even start their own small businesses. It moves people from surviving into thriving. By supporting a livable basic income, you are supporting better health, stronger families, and a smarter use of public resources. Your voice is your power. You can join the many municipalities across the country in calling for a system that genuinely improves well-being while easing the untenable pressure on our municipal services. Poverty is a policy choice. Tonight, you have the opportunity to choose a different path for Peterborough. Thank you for your time.
Right on time, Ms. Favreau, right on time. We have several councillors that want to ask you a question. Councillors Burke, Riel, and Crowley. Councillor Burke, please.
Mayor Leo, Mayor Leo, thank you. Through you to Joelle. Joelle, thank you so much for being here. I was going to ask you, my question that I was going to ask you to sort of talk about the cost savings of basic income, because most people view it as an extra cost to things that we're already putting a lot of money into, but you laid that out very well, so I appreciate that. What I want to ask you, and thank you so much for your work that you've been doing on this for so long. What I want to ask you is, can you give this council a sense of where the province and the federal government are at with this topic? My understanding is the Wynne government of the day was the one that approved the Lindsay pilot. That was taken away or stopped by the Ford government. I've heard some things in the news with Trudeau sort of going back and forth on the idea of it. I've heard about PEI asking to be a test province for another pilot. Can you just give us at council a sense of where the higher levels of government are at with this?
Ms. Favreau and Councillor Burke, there were actually 4 pilots in Ontario during that time. Ms. Favreau, please respond.
Yes, so thank you. Lindsay was one site, and there were other sites. I think that Ontario and Mayor Leo would be better able to respond, is maybe the only province that could do such a pilot on its own. There was no money from the feds. It was just from the Ontario government. But as I said, no other province really could do that. There is one province right now that is deeply interested in creating a province-wide pilot, and that's PEI. It's a province led by a conservative government, but all the parties in PEI are interested in rolling out a pilot at the level of the province, but they need the support of the federal government, and they've asked so far 3 times. They've asked the federal government to come on board and help them roll out this particular pilot. So I think that's where there's the most likelihood of a provincial pilot that would give us more data. We already have so much data about basic income and the kind of impact on people. So, in some ways, many of the basic income advocates say, we don't need any more pilots. We need to make that into a nation-building project. And it would move money upstream and would generate a great deal of savings.
Well, thanks you so much for being here. Appreciate it. Thanks a
Thank
lot.
you.
Councillor Riel, please.
Mayor, or through the mayor to Ms. Favreau, thank you very much for being here and your years of championing this kind of thing. I commend Councillor Crowley for bringing this forward. Can you give us any suggestions of how the persons that we need to lobby? I mean, we're sending letters to the Premier and the Prime Minister, but we need our MP, who last week championed a train station for Kingston, and we need our MPP that just come out with who sits on the budget committee, and they have a $13.7 billion deficit that looks like there's going to be downloads on the municipalities again to shoulder the work. Do you have any suggestions of who we should go to get lobbying to get this, get some lift off from this here? It's crucial. I think it's necessary. Any ideas of who we can that should be the champions for this here besides City Council?
Ms. Farrow, please.
So I would go at it two ways. Really gather together all the municipalities to push for it, because all the municipalities would have a great deal of savings coming out of that. So it's in the benefit of all municipalities. So rallying first all the municipalities in Ontario would be really useful, and then I would really go to the federal government to get them to see the benefit of such an approach. Again, we are spending, I think it's in the order of 100 billion a year on poverty. And we are failing miserably, people living in poverty. It's really high time that we do something different. And we already have lots of data that illustrates a different way of addressing this problem.
I'm hearing your suggestion right. We should be going to our MP to be championing for us. I mean, 10% of our people, they're the citizens of Peterborough, are in social assistance. And that's a recipe for disaster for us. So over 8,000 or 10,000 people are in social assistance in the city of Peterborough. So thank you very much for being here tonight.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Councillor Crowley, please. And Councillor Chica. Councillor Crowley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Joelle, thank you so much for being here. I know we talked last week. It was great talking to you. I think within probably 5 or 10 minutes of the agenda coming out for the General Committee, I received my first hate email regarding this. Because I think that what we hear, maybe you can help me with this, is the very first thing that I heard was something that I figured I would hear would be, why are we giving those bums a dime? And they were referring to the people that you see outside of One City who are using the shelter space because that's what it's there for. Can you talk and dispel some of the rumors, or not the rumors, excuse me, some of the stigma that surround the homelessness, and how GBI would actually help to not only reduce their numbers and get them off the street and into a better spot where they could make something of themselves, but maybe how it could actually fiscally help the municipality as well?
Farrow, please.
So again, I think that right now we set people up to fail. And basic income has a different approach. It's really giving money to people and saying, you know best how to invest your own money. And we've had countless studies that have shown that's exactly what happens. There was a project that took place in Vancouver, I think in the early 2020s. It was called the Turning Leaf Project. And it was a project that was similar to basic income. It gave people living unhoused money. I can't remember. I think they got $7,500 and no strings attached. And that had a better impact in terms of housing. So it was slightly different from a basic income pilot project, but the idea of give people money so that they can make decisions for themselves. And nobody wants to be homeless. But again, we've seen lots and lots of studies that indicate just that. We have created a system where we think they are deserving and undeserving people, and we don't trust people to make the best decisions for themselves. And yet, I'm sure that if we were to ask each other, Wouldn't you make the best decision for yourself? You know best what you need. You would say yes. And everybody I've asked says the same thing. So I think it's time to really change our thinking about social assistance and start, do giving people the dignity they need.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much, Joel.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Councillor Chica, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Through you to Joelle, thank you so much for being here. So appreciate your insight and the way that you're communicating it around this area of expertise. Can you just clarify, because we hear the jargon around basic income, and just to dispel any myths, can you specify the difference for us between guaranteed basic income and universal basic income? Can you do that for us? Thank you.
Please.
Yeah, so it's becoming a little tricky around that. Guaranteed basic income is the Canadian tradition. That's it started in Canada with seniors. So that's the idea. You have a guaranteed income. In 2016, I think during the primaries in the US, one candidate started to talk about UBI, Universal Basic Income, which is the idea that you give a certain amount to everyone, regardless, from babies to, so everyone gets the same amount. It has not been a Canadian tradition, and in terms of basic income Peterborough network, that's not the approach we are pushing forward. We want to see a guaranteed income. The problem with that UBI terminology is that it started to be borrowed by Canadian advocates and people who were talking about guaranteed basic income, even though they were using a UBI, like a universal basic income terminology. So it's a little bit messy, and you really need to check in with people to say, when you say UBI, do you mean UBI or do you mean guaranteed basic income? So it's getting to be a bit of an alphabet soup. I tend to say a livable basic income because I think the dignity part is really important.
Thank you for that on the language. So helpful for everyone. If I may, my second question, Joelle. So as we lobby for this and as we try to get municipalities on board and we build our power around this very important issue, do you think it's worth mentioning the PEI model in our communications? Is that going to be helpful to help navigate and direct how this goes? Thank you for your comment.
Ms. Favreau, please.
So it's useful to mention the PEI model. And then the other thing that you may want to mention is that at the Senate right now, there's Bill 206, which is to provide a framework for guaranteed basic income. So it's really to work together to say, okay, if we were to do that, what would we need to do? How would we implement it? So that's another particularly useful initiative to point out.
Thank you for that advice. Thank you, Your Worship.
Any further questions, Ms. Farrell? Ms. Farrell, I just want to personally thank you for all the work that you've been doing in this field over many years. And I do have a quick question. That's the fiscal side of how it would be financed. The premise was that the Ontario government would wind down ODSP, would wind down Ontario Works, the bureaucracy that's associated with new programs, and those dollars, those financial resources would all be shifted to the basic income. Is that essentially correct?
Absolutely, yes. There's some discussion about EI as well, depending on how the basic income is designed, because then we may not need EI, but these are the only programs that would be disappearing. The others would remain in place.
Thank you very much for being with us this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have two presentations on non-functioning parking meter motion. Mary Lou Rochelle, please. Mary Lou, please come forward. We could have your name and address for the public record, and you have 5 minutes for a presentation. Welcome.
Okay, thank you for having me. My name is Mary Lou La Rochelle, and I live on Guestware from Clonsilla Avenue.
Wow. Please proceed.
Okay, I have been retired for 20 years, and like Everyone else, my pension, once adequate, is no longer cutting it. I received a parking ticket on November 18, 2025, while attending an information session on homeless persons held at St. John's Anglican Church. I'm entering my 8th decade and extremely fortunate to be active and mobile. I do have a mobility issue when walking on uneven ground or on icy grounds. Under duress, I paid the $85 parking ticket. This seriously affected my ability to buy milk and bread for this month. And following are the items that I'd like to speak to. They're not really as important as everything I've heard so far tonight, but okay, so with the inaccessibility to parking due to non-functioning parking meters, these are self-explanatory. So there's non-issue of tickets or refunds for coins paid, coins being jammed into the machine, repeated rejection of coins, which with no ticket issued, marking of meters to show that it is an AQR machine only, unbagged meters, and no QR scanners by choice, people who choose not to use that type of currency. As far as inaccessibility of parking due to snow and ice, there's difficulty navigating on plowed sidewalks that have ice patches. There's the inability to safely access to the sidewalk due to snow piling along the sidewalk edges, requiring one to walk on the street looking for a sidewalk access. Then, of course, back to the car and then back again. There's the inflexibility of recourse when one fails to show further screening due to a non-receipt of a notice of screening. I understood that it could take up to 60 days before a hearing would be set. Consequently, I utilized my email account several times a day. As the 60 days came and went, I became concerned. Had a new update to my phone not mentioned item 30 days or more would be deleted, I would not have known in time that judgment had been made in my absence on February 24th. I'm not familiar with spam and I don't access it, as we are constantly reminded not to click on unknown emails. As initial emails related to this matter have been received in my primary email account, it never occurred to me to look in spam. Fact, I saw no email from the city of Peterborough in the spam account. Fact, I received an email from an unknown sender, AMPS. Even if I had seen the notice of hearing email in spam from AMPS, I would not have opened it. It was from an unknown source. I've worked with computers for 35 years. I do not have any understanding of them. I use only the apps and items I have been taught to use. I am not computer savvy, and I believe that I am no different from the vast majority of seniors and marginalized persons in this regard. With regard to potential solutions, get rid of the meters. Or you could amend the bylaw related to loss of recourse to allow undue hardship, etc. Or even you could create a pay system such as Go Transit Presto card, which can be loaded from your home computer, saving trips from the car and back and whatever. So I had to look at other cities with regards to meters, and even in East City, there's no meters. I shop there all the time. I never shop in downtown Peterborough. Brampton has free parking allowed once a day for up to 2 hours. A second same-day parking ticket is ticketed, paid for as usual. Aurelia has no parking meters and is famous for its Mariposa indoor market. It's been my observation on several visits to the market that the streets are filled with shoppers going in and out of stores as they move towards the markets, regardless of the day of week or season of the year. I expect no further compensation under hardship. However, consideration might be given to the amendment of bylaws to take into consideration extraordinary circumstances, particularly when the fine resulted from non-operating parking meters. As it would appear, problems often result from dead batteries, as I heard last week, and perhaps even from lack of paper in the machine on which tickets could be printed. Efficiency should dictate that those items are replenished on a timely basis, not when someone gets around to reporting it. I'm not a public speaker, but felt that I needed to come here to show the frustration. And that was my first parking ticket in 35 years.
Thank you, Mr. Rochelle, for your presentation. There may be some questions. Councillor Real, then Councillor Duguay.
Okay, I'm hard of hearing, so
Yep.
Through his
Councillor Real,
worship
please.
To Miss Rochelle, thank you very much for being here tonight. With your experience, what you have with this parking ticket,
I'm sorry.
with your experience with the parking ticket and what happened, do you think you'll be coming downtown again?
Mr. Rochelle, please.
I never shop downtown because parking is too difficult. In the last 7 or 8 months, I've come downtown for purposes of finalizing my estate and whatever. And I'd say out of all those times, 75% I've had a problem with them, the meters. So if you repeat your question again, I don't think I understood it.
I think you answered it fine.
Okay.
Councillor Duguay, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mary Lou, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. You stated, I just wanted to clarify, and thank you for your remarks, particularly around accessibility. I think that's important. You indicated to us on November 18, 2025, you had a parking ticket. Was that parking ticket at a meter?
Yes, it was in front of St. John Center.
Okay, that's what I want. I thought I heard a different location, but thank you for clarifying that.
Right.
And thank you for your attendance this evening.
Any further questions for Mr. Chow? Councillor Chica, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Just a thank you for coming and sharing your story, Mary. We had a lengthy conversation over the phone and amongst many others who are experiencing this. So thank you for taking the time and for sharing that. Appreciate it.
Any further questions? Further questions? Thank you very much for being with us this evening. On the same topic, Brent Perks, please. Brent. Welcome, sir. If we could get your name and address for the public record, and 5 minutes for a presentation.
Yes, thank you. My name is Brent Perks, and I'm from Town Ward, and I'm here about the parking as well. Just some of the issues that I've experienced. I had an appointment on Water Street, and I had 2 new loonies, the only coins on me, and of course that's enough to pay for parking. And when I attempted to, it just ran through the machine. So there happened to be a parking attendant across the street, and I asked him to come over, and I showed him what it was doing, and he said, yeah, I'm well aware of that. These machines don't accept new coins. And I said, well, that's ridiculous. You're running a business here, charging people for parking. Why don't you get it fixed? And now this is by the attendant. I have no other way of knowing this. He said it's a $4,000 fee from a Toronto firm to come up and correct it. Which, if that was true, it seems ridiculous. Like you couldn't afford $4,000, but you can charge us for tickets. So my most recent one was January 8th. My wife had fractured her hip in September 25. So to get out of the house in the wintertime, she can't move around on our sidewalks. So we go to breakfast, our big treat. And we park on Charlotte Street at the Forkett restaurant. And most times that machine is not working properly. And on January 8th, out of frustration, I went to pay, and it would not accept a coin. The electronic screen had already been knocked askew, and the coin return had been covered by the city, I'm assuming, with a metal plate. So even if you put a new loonie, you can't get it back. But in this case, it wouldn't accept any coins. So we went into breakfast thinking we've done nothing wrong. Came out, we had a $35 ticket. There happened to be approximately 5 cars on the street with me. They all got tickets. I wondered then why the attendant didn't check the machine first. But in any event, it had a ticket. I phoned the city on January 8th to complain and was told there was a screening form I could pick up, fill it out, and apply for screening. At the same time, I asked the lady I was speaking to if she was aware of the problems, and she said, no, she wasn't. And I said, well, I heard it from your parking attendants, and I was told the city rather didn't talk to the parking attendants, but to phone the city instead, because the parking attendants are not aware of the bylaw. Well, further on in my research, I found that they're actually called bylaw enforcement officers. So I don't know why they wouldn't be aware of something on the bylaw. But in any event, I was told it was going to be 4 weeks. After 5 weeks, I phoned the city to say, where's my notice? Assuming, are you hoping people forget? And she said it was already sent to me. So I'm not savvy either, as the previous speaker. I rely on my cell phone for my email. And in my phone, it did not show up at all. But I went and checked my laptop, and sure enough, it was under junk mail, which I've never checked. So I could have been subject to a $50 administration fee if I didn't show up. So I showed up, I parked out front of the city. It's free for 30 minutes. Went in to the screening, and it took over 2 hours. So I sat in there risking another ticket, I'm assuming, or $50 administration fee if I wasn't there. So my ticket was reduced to $20 arbitrarily. And then that was on March 24th, the very next day in the paper, they were talking about that exact issue of ticketing people when the machine doesn't work. After January 8th, when we went to breakfast, the machine was finally bagged. And that's the only time, and I have photos of your machines, that's the only time anyone or this machine has ever indicated that I'm still responsible. By walking to the next meter to pay for a ticket and then coming back and putting it in my car. I paced it out. It's 100 steps each way. And the sidewalk is underwater. It's covered in snow. The snowbanks are retaining the water. And I'm really wondering, does the city expect me to walk through that to get a ticket for my parking? So the parking generally is between $1 or $2. But with this system, you gain to make $35. And then if you screen and you make a mistake, you gain another $50. So I don't even know what the incentive is for the city to fix the problem when you're making a killing off these machines not working. That's what I wanted to tell the council today. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Perks. There's some questions. I have Councillor Riel first and Councillor Chico.
Through his worship to Mr. Perks, thank you very much for being here. I was interested in kind of following this historical thing, you going to this court. Why did they reduce the fine and it still was $20?
I have no idea.
The evidence that you just gave here would assume that they would say there is no fine. So how did it end up going from 35 to $20? Mr.
Perks, please.
I'm assuming that's where the arbitrary decision comes from. I couldn't figure out why. I assumed, if nothing else, as a senior in this town who operated and owned a body shop for 42 years, paid all our expenses, I had earned this $35 forgiveness by the time I put in. And 2 hours sitting here, worrying if I'm going to get a ticket. And it was just a big smile, and we're going to reduce it to 20. So I didn't see the reason. I would really like my $20 back.
His worship, Mr. Perks, the question I keep asking people, because of your experience downtown and the parking issues, would you be shopping downtown? Or
No,
be avoiding the downtown?
I'm thinking of moving out of the downtown.
Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Councillor Chico, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Oh, Mr. Perks, I'm so sorry. This is countless calls, emails that my colleague and I receive over this, and we care about the economic development of our downtown, and we say that, and we want that, but this infrastructure piece, this broken system of broken meters, is not helping us get there. No. So I appreciate it, and my question to you is, did you know that in the city of Toronto, for example, it's not just a digital path to a screening. You know, everybody that gets did you know that you get a ticket on your windshield and you get one sent in the mail to you, so you could at least go to a real person behind a desk to say you want to fight the ticket? Did you know that?
I did not know that, no.
And do you feel that would help? In a legitimate ticket situation, to be able to fight a ticket because of the screening and the 2 hours and for somebody that says overstays their meter, do you feel that would be a good mechanism?
I'm not sure, but when I got my ticket, it explains that I could fight it, of course, and I phoned the city to complain, and I was told about the screening. So that's all available to us, but from a 4-week proposed time, I was told, it turned out to be almost 3 months. And then when you come for the screening, a list was made as you arrived to go and sit, and it was five staff members involved. Someone sits with you and babysits you. Another parking enforcement officer comes over and gets you to the next room, and then there's 3 people sitting in there. So it seemed to me like a lot of money being spent, and my $20 helped to pay for it.
Thank you. And if I may, my last question, Your Worship. So what do you think is the solution to this broken problem of broken meters? Thank you.
This could sound funny. Bring back the old coin machines at every car, which I realize is probably going to be too expensive, where there's no fault. You put a coin in, it's mechanical, or get rid of the parking. That's the ideal thing. Get rid of the parking. Stop making it difficult for people to come downtown. Stop making it difficult on the business owners to get people in the door, because we don't want to park down here.
Thank you very much for sharing.
Thank you.
Councillor Burke, please.
Mayor Leo, thank you. Mr. Perks, thanks so much for coming here. Brent, I just have a question for you, because we debated this last week at council. And one of the things that I heard for the first time that we were told from staff was that there is a phone number that you can call on the machines in the case of the machines not working correctly, and you will be given a forgiveness grace period by some parking staff. So my question to you is, did you see when you had the malfunctioning machine, I think you said twice it happened, did you see a number on there that was visible to say, if this machine is out of order, call the number?
No.
Burks, please.
Sorry. I'm sure that Sarah, when I have photos after the fact of the machine to see all the signage, and I did realize that was there. But at the same time, I'm assuming, being a business owner, being a business, if your machine isn't working, like if it won't accept a coin, I don't have to have a cell phone or a credit card on me to go into our downtown. So to me, that's kind of like a mute point that I could phone and complain. Like, the problem is already there before I make that phone call.
And my second question through Mayor Leo is, and I think you might have touched a little bit on this, but the example you gave was that you and your wife were going to a local restaurant, independent business, local restaurant downtown on Charlotte Street.
Yes.
Did your experience with this parking situation that you described, did that affect you guys deciding to go to Charlotte Street instead of going to Lansdowne or somewhere where there's parking lots?
Mr. Perks, please.
I personally like the restaurant and I like the people, so we like to patronize it. I have no reason to go down to Lansdowne and eat in a chain restaurant, which I'm sure we wouldn't enjoy the food. So it's our choice to go there.
Has this experience caused you to rethink how often and frequently you go downtown?
Mr. Perks, please.
Well, I live downtown. So I can walk my dog to the restaurant. My wife, with her fractured hip, can't make that move. So we go there because we like the people and we like to be able to decide for ourselves what we're going to do. But I'm thinking of moving out of the downtown altogether. And in which case, I doubt I would drive back in. Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Perks? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
We'll now go to our consent items. 9A. 9A. Yeah, we'll get to that, Councillor Purnell. I'm just going to go through the list first, and then 9A. Anybody for 9A? 9B. 9C has been separated out. Councillor Hickey's declared a conflict. 9D. 9D. We'll separate them out. You have a conflict on the first 4. Councillor Purnell, you've said you don't want to vote on the first 4. Correct. 9D. 9. Where were you? D. 9E. Sorry. 9E. Who wants to speak? 9F. 9F. 9G. 9G. 9H. H. 9I. 9J. 9K. 9L. 9M. 9N. 9O. I want to speak to 9P. 9Q. 9Q. 9R. Councillor Purnell's declared a conflict on A, B, C, D. So if we can move 9A, B, C, D, E, H, I, J, K, M, N, O. That's it. Somebody like to move those? Moved by Councillor Vassiliadis. Councillor Crowley will go to a vote. Yes.
Correct. Moved by Councillors Burke and Crowley.
He's been separated out because I want it separated out on Alto. Sorry, Councillor Rail. Yeah, it's been designated as a separated item. If we can get that, we'll get that corrected, Councillor Rail. Thank you. And that's carried. Natalie, is it L got removed? Thank you very much. We'll now go to 9A. Someone like to move 9A? Councillor Vassiliadis, Councillor Crowley, we'll go to a vote. Councillor Purnell's declared a conflict. And that's carried. 9B, Councillor Pronounce declared a conflict. Someone like to move it? Councillor Duguay, seconder. Councillor Hickey. We'll go to a vote. That's carried. 9C, Councillor Hickey and Councillor Purnell declared a conflict. Somebody like to move it? Councillor Vasiliadis, Councillor Duguay, we'll go to a vote. Item D, Councillor Pronounce declared a conflict. Does someone like to move it? Councillor Vasiliadis, Councillor Hickey, we'll go to a vote. And that's carried. 9F, draft community planning permit bylaw. If someone, Councillor Purnell, you moving the recommendation?
Yes, I can move the recommendation.
Seconder? Councillor Duguay, Councillor Purnell, you have the floor.
Thank you. I expect there may be an amendment, but I do have a couple of questions, please, for Commissioner Nelson.
Sure. We'll proceed.
I have reviewed the meeting from last week, even though I was traveling at the time, and I am concerned about the timing of the additional meeting in June. We have 5 meetings, the 5 Mondays in June, and trying to find another date is going to be quite tight. If there is going to be one, I think May would be more appropriate. However, my bigger concern to that is the deadline is looming for the Housing Accelerator Fund, and there are millions of dollars at stake. So through you, Your Worship, I would like to ask Commissioner Nelson if he could maybe fill in some blanks and share with all of us the implications of the timing of this additional meeting, what we really expect to accomplish with it, and how it will impact or could possibly impact our housing accelerator funds, the last 3 installments. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, please.
Through the chair, I will start, but I would like to give Director Appleby an opportunity to maybe augment if I don't capture everything. But
sure.
Thank you for the opportunity. Ultimately, in terms of my understanding is that there was a desire, and part of the mention of the movement or the motion or the amendment was to have an additional opportunity to discuss the bylaw. The challenge being, and again, staff have been discussing and trying to determine how we can maneuver and what the expectations of council is if the expectations is that there's still an opportunity to make changes to the bylaw following that meeting. It's really running us tight for timelines, and the preference would be is if there's an opportunity to possibly move that up or look at the format and be able to provide that information or provide that opportunity as early as possible, because then it gives staff and the consultant the opportunity to review those discussions, those comments or questions that are asked or concerns that are raised, an opportunity to make impacts and changes to the bylaw and have that in place for an opportunity then for approval of the bylaw by the end of June, which is the timeline that currently the city has made commitment under for our half funding. But again, I'd like to defer to Director Appleby if he has anything additional.
Director Appleby, please.
Mr. Mayor, I think Mr. Nelson's kind of accurately captured. I think, the real question that I would have to council is what is the sort of the intent of that additional meeting, and what do we hope to achieve out of it? If it's again, as Mr. Nelson had indicated, if there's an expectation that coming from that meeting, there might be opportunity to tweak the bylaw, and then have those tweaks come back to council for approval, then I think from our perspective, it would be really helpful to have that meeting.
Sorry, Director. Councillor Purnell, you want to use your second three right now?
I might
Okay.
I might as well if he wants to continue and give us a drop dead date, perhaps. Thank you.
Please proceed, Director Appleby.
Sorry, and again, if the hope is to have a meeting and then be able to make changes to the bylaw. Our intent is to have a finalized version of bylaw incorporating all the public comments that we've received to date, or as best as we can, by about the end of May, so that can come to council, be released publicly and come to council in June. So if we're having a meeting in June with the expectation that we might want to then tweak the bylaw following that, that doesn't really leave us any time to tweak the bylaw. So ideally, if the hope is that we want to tweak the bylaw, we might want to have that meeting even in April, to be honest.
About a minute 50 left, Councillor Purnell, on your second three.
Then I would propose an amendment that any subsequent meeting on the CPPS would take place prior to the end of April, so that we don't run out the clock on that funding. And I would need a seconder to change that date.
Councillor Duguay, seconder to the amendment. Could we, Commissioner Nelson, could you comment on the proposed amendment?
Through the chair, I think ultimately that's staff's preference, because again, in order to, as myself and Director Appleby just described, it puts us in a much better ability to hear any comments or concerns, and get those incorporated into the draft bylaw prior to June. And then when it comes to council, the expectation is then that it would be a final version, so that short of any minor tweaks or issues, but the hope would be is that then it would be approved so we can meet our timelines.
Amendment's been duly moved and seconded. The next speaker I have is Councillor Burke. Do you want to speak on the amendment? You want to just speak on the amendment? Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor Leal. And so I made the motion to add the meeting, and I have no issue with, I don't even know, I don't remember saying June. It definitely was not anything that was specific to my interest to make it happen in June. But I kind of I'm trying to process what I'm hearing, because we all had a lot of questions when the consultant was here about this report. I feel this is the most radical change to planning that the city has ever done. And there's a lot of different things that we're proposing to change into fast track safeguards that we're proposing to remove, all under the sales pitch that all of these changes are going to be built upon upfront consultation. And the issue last week when the consultant was here was, given our new procedural guidelines, we weren't even able to crack the surface with any of the questions that we had, with all of the multiple changes in which we're changing the way planning is done in the city, height restrictions, all those different zones, et cetera. It's all in here. So that was where the idea to make a whole day meeting on this, and hopefully have some flexibility within our procedural guidelines to be able to speak to the different areas of the bylaw individually, not just have to summarize everything we want to say into 2 speaking turns or 2 questions or whatever it is now, right? And what I'm sort of trying to process is this idea that to do it in June is too late. Well, we were told that the way staff wanted to do this was to have it come to us June 30th, which is the last meeting before our summer break, which we all know is a huge agenda. I'd bet money right now it's going to be a thick agenda, because it always is. And how can we be and how can we be made to go through this bylaw and make the changes when we're actually for the first time being presented it at the same time that we maybe have a lot of other things? So the idea that we're just going to rubber stamp whatever is presented to us, whether that's in April, May, or in June, I always was under the assumption that that was the time where council could make changes. That was the time where in my ward, I'd find out what the height restriction is finally, once and for all, because whenever we ask about it, I get told that nothing's final yet. We have to wait for the bylaw. So I'm not at all speaking against your motion. I'm just or your amendment. I'm just speaking against the idea that we don't have time to change it. You know, we're being pitched this whole thing along the way. Don't worry, your time will come to see what it's actually going to look like. Don't worry, your time will come to see what actually the height restriction is or this. And then now I just heard that whether that time comes in June or June 30th, that you probably won't have, staff probably won't have time to change it. Well, that's a problem.
Councillor Burke, do you want to use your second three now?
Yeah, to the deferral. So,
yep, go ahead.
So to me, it doesn't matter whether it's tomorrow or June 29th. What I want as a councillor who represents my constituents is a patient, not a rushed, a patient opportunity to look at this bylaw, to balance the impacts that are going to be faced to my ward and my constituents, and have a chance to speak to those as they come to council, and not be held against a rock and a hard place to say we don't have time because of this or because of that. I want this to come to us with enough time for us to go through section by section, and yes, be able to make changes or to put forward motions to make changes where we feel that it's appropriate. And so whether this happens April, May, or June does not matter to me. What is important to me is that when it comes to us, it is the final version. So we're not dealing with hypotheticals. We're dealing with what we're going to approve, and we're given a chance to tweak and change and bring to those changes the voice of the community, so that the final version can be something that we're all proud of and that we can all get behind. So that's what I wanted to speak to, is this answer of, well, we don't know what kind of changes we can actually make given the time frame. That's a problem for me. I want a chance to look at what the final bylaw is going to be, and to have my opinion be heard, and maybe be heard through a motion or something like that. So I can make my schedule, make it work. I as a counselor, I need that opportunity, because what we experienced last week was that a whole bunch of people still had questions. A whole bunch of people needed clarity on what was being finalized for us. And it hasn't felt all along like we've ever had an opportunity to understand what is the final version going to be, and how can we as counselors represent our constituents to maybe change that. Thank you.
Councillor Chica to the amendment, then Councillor Crowley.
Thank you to the amendment, Your Worship. And if I can stay on the list for speaking to the main motion. Thank you. So I'd like to say that part of the rationale for this meeting it came from the speakers last week and our discussion around the need to make sure that we're hearing everything that came from the survey, because the survey remained open throughout all this week. So, applying and taking in that public voice and that consultation from the survey, it requires an opportunity, as well as the opportunity to have informal meetings, to have staff available for questions from stakeholders that would have legitimate questions and input to provide. We heard very strong arguments for voluntary green development standards, that be included in the cash in lieu for class 2 and class 3, not just class 3, but class 2 as well. We heard that from more than one speaker, and that's been some of the feedback that I've been getting in my role as ward councillor and as IPG co-liaison. So these are the things that should be evident in a new draft. And I'm fine with it being in April. And if it means that there will be more time to establish a final draft that we can vote on, then so be it. So I am in support of the amendment. Thank you very much.
Councillor Crowley to the amendment.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I was originally going to ask if it was out of order because of we had already said it in because C says June 30th, but then I just read the wording and it says change from June, April, so it's not out of order. So I appreciate that so much. But no, I want to thank what Councillor Burke said, and I would wholly agree that regardless of the day, having a full day session to go through it would be my preference as well. So thank you so much.
Councillor Duguay to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions, if I might, to our clerk.
Please proceed.
I believe I asked these questions last meeting. So we've held the statutory meeting, Mr. Clerk, correct?
Mr. Clerk.
Your worship, that is correct.
So thus, if and when council has an information meeting, there is no more delegations to be received the meeting, correct?
Mr. Clerk.
Your worship, that's my understanding, yes.
So to Councillor Burke's point in motion and to my colleagues, it's really difficult to have a regular conversation in these chambers. We're allowed to speak twice. I mean, no disrespect, but we can't speak productively. You may recall we recently had a workshop, an education workshop where we were able to, and we can speak candidly about topics, but having a meeting here is still very difficult. You're allowed 2 questions. I'm wondering if Mr. Clerk or perhaps to the mayor, it would be more productive if we were to consider, as opposed to because it is a continuation of a statutory meeting, I believe. Would it be more productive that we have more of a workshop? Staff present, we can ask questions. We could let the public chose to attend and monitor. I think that would be, but there are no more delegations. And Councillor Burke, to your point around our procedural bylaw, it does make difficult conversation here. That's no discredit to our procedural bylaw. I get it, but it is a bylaw and it limits our ability to have such conversation. So that is my first part. If that is possible, I would, maybe if I were to ask, I don't know if that's Director Appleby or CAO Reyna.
I would think we go to the CAO.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have to refer it to the legal because it is my understanding that we cannot go to the closed session because this is debatable item. There should be a legitimate reason to go into the closed session. I will defer it to City Solicitor.
Mr. Barber, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I agree that this does not appear to be an item which could be legitimately discussed in closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. Thank you, CAO Reyna.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Duguay,
Thank you, Worship. I wasn't proposing a closed session item. I was just trying to see if a way we could be creative to have something in open that is not the statutory meeting and that we could speak more candidly. The other thing I wanted to do, if I can, Your Worship, because to speak to the deferral, I am very concerned about timing, and I am concerned about the implications it would have on half funding. There were also a very recent announcement about potential changes to our DC structure. So we need to have.
Councillor Duguay, you want your second 3 now?
To the deferral, certainly. We just need to be respectful of our timeline because we cannot do anything that would jeopardize our half funding. Thank you.
Councillor Duguay, we can always suspend our rules if need be, if it would warrant to have a workshop that you suggested.
Your Worship, if I may, if I'm still in my last minute of my second
2 minutes and 38 seconds.
Wow. Okay. I would favor that. I don't think we need a full day because we have had many opportunities to provide input to this to date. I think if we come prepared and maybe questions in advance to staff or what we hear from our residents, our constituents, I think we can have a productive half day. And I do like the notion of suspending rules for this particular exercise but we need to come prepared and have, productive. For example, a half day, I think would be adequate, providing it does not scuttle the half funding and our timeline. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, how do we proceed? Would somebody have to move a motion to suspend rules? Duly moved, duly second. Have a vote on that to hold a half-day workshop or a full-day workshop before the end of April, I assume.
Thanks, Your Worship. Currently, the amending motion does recommend that a meeting be held not in June, but in April. So if that were to pass, then there would be a placeholder for a meeting in April. And I think that would be a matter of just staff determining the best time and date in April to have that meeting. And then in terms of suspending the rules, I would suggest that's probably just a procedural matter at the start of the meeting, whereby if council collectively wish to suspend the rules for that meeting, they could do so at that time.
Before the end of April, Mr. Clerk, would that be the process? Or at the meeting when it's held?
Oh, at the meeting when it's held, Your Worship.
Okay, good. Just let me see where everybody is. Councillor Burke, you've spoken twice already on the amendment, but I have you on the main motion and Councillor Cheek on the main motion. Anybody that still wants to speak on the amendment? On the amendment? No more speakers, we'll go to a vote.
Your Worship, just while my colleagues loading that, it reads that the recommendation D be amended by changing the date of the additional meeting from June to April. It's fairly generic in April.
Thanks, Mr. Clerk. It's carried. Okay, we'll get back to the main motion with the date to change from June to April. Councillor Burke to the main motion.
This is my first time on the main.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So I wish Councillor Duguay were here, because I'm kind of picking up on what he put down as he spoke previously. And my issue with us suspending the rules at the time of the meeting is that it doesn't allow staff or the consultants to build the meeting around a different approach than just a one-size-fits-all agenda. I imagine us going through this like we go through the budget, where we go through the different divisions of the city one at a time. I'm not suggesting we go through every page of this bylaw, but I think that we need staff's help to suspend the rules here. I think we need to hear from staff. I think I'm going to move a motion to suspend the rules in addition to this, that, and I have no idea how I'm going to say it, but I believe that we need to figure out how the rules are going to be suspended before the meeting, or else we're just going to be in a position like we were last week, where we have a huge 200-300 page report and we're going to have to cherry pick through that report. What I suggested last week was that we balance the big major changes to planning that are being proposed, and we have different sections to look at those big changes one by one, right? And I think staff are the people that have the knowledge and expertise to format that information for us for the meeting. But I think we need to take a look at how we suspend the rules tonight instead of doing it the day of the motion, or else we're going to be left with a big fat report, and we're going to have to workshop on how we're going to suspend the rules. What does that look like? Unlimited speaking time, four times to speak. I would much prefer that structure is built into staff planning the meeting, that they also come up with the structure, much like they do for our budget, where we're able to go through things a little bit more in depth and have the opportunity to speak to multiple different parts of the bylaw. So I'll stop there. I guess I'll just end with this. Director Appleby, do you have a suggestion around?
Dr. Appleby, please. I was just going to him.
Mr. Mayor, I think hearing a lot of reference to the budget process, I may actually seek to confer with someone like Mr. Freeman on how that process is structured. But my initial thought is, it would be helpful to have sort of as many comments as we can receive ahead of time. That will structure our thinking into how we approach the day.
Councillor Burke?
So I'd like to move an E. I'd like to move an amendment to add an E that we suspend the rules for this meeting to allow staff to build a structure for the meeting.
You're talking about suspending rules for the meeting in late April.
Yes.
Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Riel. Okay, speakers list for that amendment. Councillor Duguay on this amendment.
Your worship, I've been waiting to do this for a day. I just want to put in perspective for our colleagues. Chair just keeps dropping. If I might, I have to stand for this, but we talked about the complexity of the exercise, and I just want, if I can, bear with me. I'm almost at hand. This is our zoning bylaw. It's over 850 pages. It's been amended about 2,000 times. And it always attempts to try to modernize and keep up with provincial policy. So that's one. We're going to go from this to this. We are simplifying our planning process, but to Councillor Burke, your point, what is important within that, there will be some systematic changes about how council will be making certain decisions. But there's still regulations. This is cleaner. This is a heck of a lot easier to follow than this document, and it is modern. But I do embrace the idea, your worship, where we can have a meaningful meeting. And to Director Appleby's point, questions in advance and information in advance would be very helpful. And I think having read this document, I'm very comfortable with it. If it was done on a sectional basis versus page by page, that would really help, because it's about 10 sections and maps. Come prepared. I think it would make good use of our time. But I just wanted to put in perspective what we're doing. And it is an important change. And it also is a change, your worship and colleagues, that serves to implement the official plan that we've already approved. We've set the bar. We say we need this community planning permit and this system to implement our official plan. A lot of the stage has already been set, and timing is absolutely critical. Thank you. That was my prop.
Just a quick point of information though on the wording.
Yes.
I think it's missing from what I said verbally, what's on our screens. I think it needs a separate part, like I said before, because right now it says that the rules for speaking be suspended for the special meeting in April. But I think we should add to allow staff to allow us to discuss the different sections of the bylaw.
It's fine.
So to allow us to discuss the different sections of the bylaw.
CEO Reyna, please.
Thank you, sir. Don't call me counselor, sir. That will be promotion for me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say that all you need to put there that a detailed review that will cover everything. I also want to say that staff are still available. We have done so many workshops. So if you want to meet before that meeting to any staff, after you have, staff is available to meet individual in groups to the council again prior to this meeting. And all we need is a detailed review by staff and the council.
Councillor Burke, you're okay with that wording? Councillor Riel, you second the amendment. Are you okay with that wording? Good. Okay. Councillor Riel, you're speaking to the amendment. You're next.
Through the chair to Mr. Appleby, do you feel that the HAP fund is in jeopardy? I mean, just last week, the provincial budget came down and Minister Flack said, we're moving away because the developer have not developed the housing. I know that the HAP fund is government, but you have the largest province that now has moved away and said, we are not meeting our housing targets, which this is what the whole thing is meeting housing targets. And so where's the federal government going to be left with the largest province saying, we have done everything we can to accommodate the developers through the municipal project and process and all of this other stuff to get housing built, and we have failed. My words, they have failed. The guy says, this is Minister Fleck saying, we have not met our targets. We're not going to meet our targets. So do you see that this fund, the federal government's going to have to do something? The largest province in Canada has just said we are not meeting our housing targets, and we're not going to make it. So is this in jeopardy?
Mr. Appleby, please.
Through the mayor, and I may also look to Mr. Freeman to add if there's anything I miss here. But my understanding is that the half fund is to be paid out in 4 installments. Essentially, the first 3 installments are more directly related to the city's fulfillment of the sort of the commitments that we've made, you know, in terms of the various initiatives. And so the CPP bylaw is one of those commitments that we've made, and there are timelines associated with all of those. And so, you know, as we fulfill commitments and meet kind of the deadlines that we had committed to, we will receive our payments. As you look further out into the program, the performance base in terms of actual housing construction is more related to that 4th and final installment. And so you might find, you know, if the market doesn't come back around and housing production doesn't ramp up, then, you know, there is chances that a lot of municipalities could miss out on their 4th payment. But what I am seeing already in some areas are municipalities who are not meeting their deadlines for the initiatives, and they are now having money being clawed back from them or withheld from them because of that.
To the chair, to Mr. Appleby, I mean, that's the point that I'm trying to make. I mean, we're working up to a date for the CPP, but I mean, this could be all in a bunch of work done for nothing, because I mean, when I was on the committee for the housing and homelessness, the committee, and we had the builders, and I asked them at the second meeting,
Councillor Real, you want to use your second 3 minutes?
yes, are you interested in building affordable housing? And it says, until commodity price and interest rates come down, we're not going to build. So I think that's what they're seeing overall in Ontario, that with the economy and what's happening, they're not building housing. And so how is that going to be any different in Peterborough? You say, well, we'll meet this mark for the CPPS, but down the way, there may not be any money. I mean, the Build Canada hasn't even got an office set up yet. So all of these things are in play here. So I'm just trying to play the devil's advocate. We could be doing a lot of work here, and we have done a lot of work to try and make the process user-friendly and all of these other things. It could be all for naught.
Mr. Appleby?
Through your worship, you know, I would suggest, in terms of, you know, if we're able to meet our milestones that we've committed to, then there are certain payments that are going to come to us. So it's not as though, you know, that we miss out on everything, right? You know, the payments are coming in installments of about 2.67 million roughly at a time. So there's a good chance if we can hit all of our milestones, we will still receive, you know, 3/4 of the 10.7 million that we had been allocated.
Before I go to Councillor Hickey, Mr. Freeman, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would certainly concur with Director Appleby's take. I believe, Councillor, if there's anything at risk, it's the 4th installment. If we do our part and we commit to the accomplishments, the initiatives that we've already committed to, and we're on target to do that, if we continue the pace, then I would believe that we would collect 3 out of the 4 installments, and the City Council will have done everything that they can to make the most favorable conditions to get shovels in the ground.
Councillor Hickey to the amendment.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Some may be aware of an announcement, a joint announcement that was made this morning in Toronto. We're waiting to get it all flushed out properly, but basically here's what it boils down to. The federal government and the provincial government are cutting the DCs in half. So they're going to pick up half. What that exactly looks like, we don't know for sure. So that's one issue that will change, that should change the building. The HST removal on new homes. So as it was, Your Worship, I got 2 calls today from 2 developers and they're big developers in the city. And they said, with that, that's going to give us the impetus to go at least with multi-residential, perhaps not single family homes, but a lot of multi-residential, because the fees are cut in half. And I may very well come to council and ask, the feds have put in, the provinces put in, which we've complained about, and we may have to put in also. So what that looks like, it was the Prime Minister was in Toronto, announced it with the Premier. I don't think anybody knows what it's going to wash down to, but if their math is correct, we're roughly $80,000. Now it's 40. So that should help, but we got to wait for that. Thanks.
Councillor Chika to the amendment.
Thank you. I just a question occurred to me through you, Your Worship, to Director Appleby. What is the last day? Like, what is the deadline for qualification or disqualification for the fourth installment? Can you provide that? Like, what is the outside limit in terms of a date? Thank you.
Appleby, please.
Through your worship, I would have to do a little research on that to see what that deadline is for the fourth installment. I don't have that off the top of my head right now.
Supplemental to that, what is our date? Like, what is our date that we have to be finished with this?
Mr. Appleby, please.
Through your worship, in terms of this particular project, the CPP, the deadline is the end of June.
Is that our deadline, or could that be extended?
Mr. Appleby, please.
Your worship, right now that is the deadline that we've kind of agreed to with the CMHC. You know, if we were to try to extend that, there's no guarantee that they would allow us to extend it, but you know, we can certainly ask the question.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Duguay to the amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question to Director Appleby. Director Appleby, the city's official plan was, its date of effect was April 11, 2023. Could you tell us when must we have an update of the zoning bylaw amendment in place from a planning act lens and perspective?
Your worship, through your worship, by rights, it should be by April 11th, 2026.
Sorry, could you repeat that date?
Through your worship, April 11th, 2026, 3 years after the official plan came into effect.
So to my colleagues, there's a planning act requirement that our zoning bylaw needs to be updated pursuant to the provisions of the Planning Act. It appears that we have, through some half funding, a bit of wiggle room. So we have two deadlines we must meet. I think we need to respect our half program. Moreover, we must and we're obliged to respect the provisions of the Planning Act. So again, timing is absolutely critical. Director Appleby, thank you for that clarification.
Mr. Clerk, I think you have some suggestions to tidy up a bit of wording here. Maybe you can just share it with everybody.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just in consultation with
Director Appleby.
Yeah, the current amending motion that's on the floor from Councillors Burke and Rial is that the rules for speaking be suspended for the special CPP meeting in April. If Council was amenable, we could look at, just to make that a bit more succinct, we could look at further amending D. So in the previous amendment, D was amended by saying that a separate evening meeting in April be held to discuss the CPP. Just to make this a bit more succinct, one opportunity would be then to suggest that also remove evening from that, so that you essentially replace the current amended D with the following. Just that, so that the amended recommendation D be amended by replacing D with the following wording: that a separate meeting be held in April to discuss the community permit bylaw in detail. So evening's been removed and it's in detail. If the movers or council was amenable to that, that might just.
Councillor Burke, is that okay with you?
Yeah, I mean, I've been in a position before where we haven't been specific. And what's important to me, I don't care whether it's April or June. We're hearing that there's a deadline crunch to having this meeting too close to June 30th. That's fine. We can have it whenever staff wants to have it. But it's important to me that the procedural bylaw be suspended and that be included in it. And I'll move it. I'll move it with that wording.
Okay.
But I don't want to be in a position where I'm stuck on that meeting day only being able to speak once or twice because of our bylaw. I want the rules to be suspended.
That's the understanding, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk?
Thanks, Your Worship. And I think if I heard the councillor correctly, his suggestion was that the rules of procedure are suspended for speaking times. Is that the intent?
Councillor L, is that okay with you? Okay. Nope. Councillor Baldwin, please.
So through your worship to the clerk, is that the number of times to speak or the length of speaking? So I think those are differences.
Thanks, Your Worship, for the question. Yeah, I would think I would defer to members of council on that. It's council's ability to suspend the rules as they wish.
Councillor Burke.
This is the problem that I was proposing here, is how are we to change the rules of procedure on a meeting that we don't know what the structure of that meeting will be. So we've heard from the clerks and from the CAO that by saying that by adding that detailed review part, that will allow staff to format that meeting to allow us to discuss the different sections of the bylaw. I'm fine with that.
Yes.
And so within those different sections, I would just like to have some flexibility within our procedural bylaw for us to ask all the questions that we have to ask. Right now, we're limited to the amount of questions and to the speaking time. So I'm not saying give everyone infinite time to speak, but I can't suggest a procedural bylaw change if I don't know what the structure of that special meeting is going to look like. So if I include those words, the procedure, like that we're suspending the rules of procedure, I will trust staff, just like they do for our budget review, to come up with a system that will allow us to go through the different sections of the bylaw and get the questions that we need to be asked answered.
Mr. Rainier, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. This is just a document out there, so I don't know how to structure this, because at the end of the day, it's the council which is reading those pages and asking us questions. So we will be prepared, but it's just one Word document and you are reviewing it. So you let us know what you want to ask. So I don't know, I'm looking to my director, like what type of structure you are looking for, because this is just a Word document out there. If I present it.
And I've said a few times now that this is a very detailed document, and I don't imagine us going through every line or every page of the document. However, there are some substantial changes being made to this, and as a councillor, I would like the chance to go through the major changes that are being presented and have a chance to ask questions and maybe move a motion in those cases to change what the bylaw is.
Because I also don't want to be a staff to be in a situation that, oh, the page 5 was missed and we want to go back there. So
if we're struggling to figure it out, I would say we just go to default the way we do our budget, go page by page. No one's going to have any questions with the summary. No one's going to have any questions with this, but there might be a big litany of questions on certain sections. So that will be fine. We're all used to that. We whiz through the budget book. You know how it is. And then certain sections of it, we all put our hand up and we workshop it.
Councillor Burke, do you want to use your second 3 minutes now?
No, thank you.
I think that's perfectly fine. Page by page. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Any further comments on the amendment? Any further comments on the amendment? Mr. Clerk?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just have to pass this over to my colleague, and if the mover of the original one is amenable, then just proceed to be a matter of withdrawing the first one, and then I'll pass this over to my colleagues so council can review the proposal.
So Mr. Clerk, we're going to post that up.
I'll post this.
We'll go to a vote.
Right now. The first one.
Okay. So I have to,
Councillor Hurd.
Councillor Burke, I think we got to remove the first one you put up there, and this gets substituted for that. If you're okay with the language, Councillor Riel, are you okay with the language? Okay, give you a moment.
Yeah, what I'm reading doesn't capture any of our discussion about suspending the rules to go through the document page by page. Am I missing something? Is this what we're?
Your worship, if it's council's will, then the latter part could read that a separate meeting be held in April to discuss the community planning permit bylaw in detail, page by page.
That the procedural and that we have a procedure. We suspend the rules of procedure to allow us to go through the document page by page.
Mr. Clerk.
Your worship, if council's amenable, then it could read that a separate meeting be held in April to discuss the community planning permit bylaw in detail, page by page, by suspending the rules of procedure.
Councillor Burke, Councillor Riel. To the amendment.
For speaking times.
To the amendment, Councillor Purnell, please.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to make sure that for suspending the rules of procedure for speaking times. We're not throwing the whole procedural bylaw out. We do need some order to that meeting. And my intention, I will be the presiding officer for that planning meeting. And so I would propose that I'll do the same as Councillor Beamer does with budget. Just remind everybody ahead of time, please do your homework. You'll read it thoroughly, get your questions to staff ahead of time, and that way they can provide us with answers and we can get through that meeting much quicker than everybody trying to ask their questions publicly. Save that for the main points you want to make, but there's, anyway, that to try and make it efficient, that's what I propose. Thank you.
Good advice, Councillor Purnell. Good. Any further discussion on the amendment? We'll go to a vote.
And thanks, your worship. Just procedure. Just want to clarify your original motion was amended there by yourself and Councillor L. That's been withdrawn, I believe. And then there's the one that's currently in front of council.
Okay. I think we got it all tidied up now, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you.
That's carried. Mr. Clerk, we'll have to determine the date of the meeting in April. So availability for all members of council to be there.
Thanks, your worship. We'll work with staff to and council to determine that date and time. Thank you.
Okay. Now we're getting back to the main motion that's been amended. And it's Councillor Burke to the main motion. No, Councillor Cheekan then to the main motion. As doubly amended.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, I have an amendment to the main motion. And my amendment is that when the CPPS process began and through the first phase and the first many months, you know, and we met together, we saw a document about the different master plans and reports that applied to the CPPS process. And the one that was missing was the Climate Action Plan 2.0. And I raised that, and it was admitted that yes, this 2.0 was just in recent months approved, and that it's very significant and different and scaffolded. And we, in passing a climate action plan, have promised that it would be the lens with which we look at all of our reports, our work with projects. And I would like to see, and I'd like to add an additional letter saying that the recommendations of the Climate Action Plan 2.0 be applied to the upcoming draft. And what I'm speaking to are the class 2 and 3 incentives, green initiatives, voluntary green initiatives that could be incorporated into class 2 and class 3 approvals. The language isn't there, and it's a template that we're to apply to everything that we do, and we've endorsed that. And I think that we'd be remiss if we did not have that as an addition to the work that staff is doing right now, and that we'll be able to see that more explicitly when we come together for that meeting. Thank you very much.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Burke? To the amendment, speakers to the amendment. Speakers to the amendment. It's been moved and seconded. We'll go to a vote. Clerk, sorry.
Thanks, Your Worship. If I could just clarify the amendment with the movers, it's been moved by
The
Councillors
language, yes.
Cheekan and Burke, that the recommendations of climate change 2.0 be applied to the draft CPP bylaw for further discussion.
Climate Action Plan 2.0, yes.
Just sent that to my colleague to post, Your Worship. Correct.
Mr. Clerk just informed me that we have a tentative date of Tuesday, April the 28th. If people start looking at their calendars now for that meeting. Well, you can get back to us tomorrow. That'd be fine. April 28th. Tuesday, and we'll send that out by email tomorrow.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just for Council's clarification, we do have the amending motion by Councillors Cheekan and Burke posted as it would be an amendment to create a recommendation E that the recommendations of Climate Action Plan 2.0 be applied to the draft CPP bylaw for discussion.
We'll go to a vote. And it's approved. Next item that's been separated out is 9G, the report dealing with the Clonsilla area transportation study. We got to get it on the floor first.
Yes.
Are you moving it?
Yes.
Moving on the floor? And a seconder? Seconder? Councillor Purnell. Councillor Chico, please.
Thank you. I'd like to amend the existing main motion with an addition. And this, the deputy clerk has the addition, and it's that staff expedite specific measures based on the transportation master plan to address community safety needs with lower costs and safety-oriented solutions. That is the addition. Based on much of what we've heard tonight and from experts and stakeholders, and what we've communicated together with the public via email and phone. So thank you very much for that amendment, and it's on the floor, I guess.
Before I go to Councillor Crowley, Commissioner Nelson, do you want to respond on the amendment? Give us a bit of insight.
Through the chair, I think we would be challenged because under the transportation master plan, there was really no significant initiatives because this was an area that was cited to have a special study area as recommended by the transportation master plan, and therefore there's no specific easy win initiatives that I'm currently aware of.
If I may respond to that, Your Worship.
Councillor Chico.
Yeah, so I think we heard tonight about some of the easy win initiatives, the low-hanging fruit, the intersection improvements, the right turn from Goodfellow to Sherbrooke, the 3-lane Clonsilla with a mid-left turn lane, pedestrian crossings, all of which are low cost and align with our transportation master plan. So that is the spirit and the detail. We're not listing all of those things in the motion, but that's what we're referring to. Thank you very much.
Mr. Nelson, please, just to put some context here.
Through the chair, I would be, because again, my staff's preference is that we would continue with the EA study to look at specific initiatives that are in fact being recommended, because again, that is the intent, and that was the recommendation that fell out of the transportation master plan to study this area and look at all modes of transportation together, not just specific modes. And the challenge being is that I think for initiatives like moving it from a 2-lane or from a 4-lane down to a 3-lane, staff you'd still have to go through an exercise, and you should still do the public consultation and do the design works to ensure it can be done safely. And that's all things and initiatives that would be looked at through the EA, through the study, to confirm that all stakeholders are engaged and included, because things like even emergency services, things of that nature, in which you're taking extremely high volumes of traffic. And there would be, as we heard tonight, the anticipation is that level of traffic flow would basically choke down considerably, and that then could ultimately end up causing concerns or issues for things like your emergency management systems, their police, fire, ambulance. And I would want staff and council to be in a position in which those decisions are defendable and understood prior to implementation. I just don't want to put all of us in a scenario where the changes get made and not be studied or not be looked at to ensure that it's a system that will work when we're finished. I'm not arguing that it's probably a more economical or feasible solution in terms of just restriping, but at the end of the day, that is a high capacity arterial road, is intended to move a significant volume of traffic. And as the discussions were heard, there is the possibility that traffic then gets diverted to other locations. And then we're dealing with all of that diverted traffic through local neighborhoods. And then we're trying to find solutions to try and slow vehicles down or, stop vehicles from infiltrating into the local subdivisions.
If I may, Your Worship, could I continue my speaking time? I don't think I finished my first chance.
Okay.
So, yes, so, appreciating all of that and the EA application, like the B is still there. And, if we vote for this, we can vote for each one separately because, really, and we heard tonight and historically, EAs were waiting for 10 years in some cases. And we know that as the years go by, for whatever reason, and in this case, if it takes more than a year, if it takes 2-3 years, perhaps, sometimes these things, we get into that situation where things get extended. That's 2-3 years of risk and community safety that is at stake. And so if we can make adjustments that don't require an EA, that are low-hanging fruit, that are simple and wouldn't involve emergency vehicles, it's about having that bird's eye and using that lens to decide what could be done legitimately to improve safety for pedestrians, for cyclists, for families, in a corridor that is insufferably unsafe as we speak. So that's the reason the motion's there. It doesn't negate the EA and doing what needs to be done. It's an addition, and it's an amendment that's an addition that only makes sense because we care about community safety above all else. Thank you.
Yeah, I had a quick point of order. Did we vote on the main motion on 9F? I'm amazing. See, I'm learning. It only took me 3 years. That was all I had.
So do get to the amendment that Councillor Baldwin.
Thank you, Your Worship, to Director Appleby, or excuse me, to Commissioner Nelson. Commissioner Nelson, the class environmental assessment. When would you anticipate the end date for the Class EA, the study itself?
Through the chair, we're probably anticipating at least a year because we will need to do 4-season study. And then subsequent to that would be finalizing the data that's obtained and any subsequent further engagement or consultation that may take us additional time to complete. So, 12 to 16 months, somewhere in that range is anticipated.
Your Worship and colleagues, class environmental assessments do not take 10 years to complete. What occurs is the budgetary measures, because we will have to consider whether they're quick fix solutions or otherwise. We have to fit this somehow into our capital budget. I also believe that the class environmental assessments, and I have been involved with some, I've monitored many, can incorporate flexibility, can incorporate as possible solutions, things that can be done quickly, right out of the block. But I don't believe we have any budgetary provisions for any immediate fixes or solutions. The report itself speaks to a comprehensive consideration of a high capacity arterial street that is a major mixed use corridor. It's planned to be a major street. So we can't consider the street in its current condition. We must consider this street as how our official plan approved by council, how it will function in its role. So noting that the Class EA, Your Worship, could be done in about 12 to 16 months, noting there's ongoing consultation, noting that the Bikeway Advisory Committee, who will remain very active, noting that our soccer club will remain active and vigilant. I think I'm not prepared to accept the motion. I think we need to let the process unfurl. We've heard from our subject matter expert And all that council was considering tonight was a framework for the study, not the study. That has to come. And then from that, we can appropriately consider various budgetary measures. Your worship, I've also read this report. I have one question further to Director Appleby. I know I'm approaching my 3.
You have 40.
There we go.
Left on your first 3 minutes.
Commissioner Nelson, considering the study area, can you confirm if some of the existing intersections, are they at an F level or fail level from a safety perspective?
Mr. Nelson, please.
Through the chair, I'd have to go back and look, but I think most of them are currently still functioning, but through the anticipated growth within the study timelines, they are anticipated to move to a level of service F. Yes.
Your worship, this is important because we need to comprehensively consider a network of intersections.
Councillor Dugan, you want your second 3 minutes?
Absolutely. So we need to comprehensively consider the functionality of those intersections, all modes of transportation, including vehicular and non-vehicular, as well as pedestrian safety within this study area. So I support that we stay with the motion as written. I understand Councillor Lachika's objective, but those opportunities will be realized in a timely way through the cost environmental assessment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dugan. Any further? Councillor Burt? Please.
Yeah, just through
On the amendment.
On the amendment, through you, Mayor Leal, I think that I really support the amendment because it sort of solidifies my comments, and I think the comments that I had last week were felt by a number of people on council, which were that this study's fine, all nice and fine, but where do you guys imagine that we'll ever find the money to complete it, right? And what we're hearing is that we have some unity around some real core safety issues that exist at that site, and why not focus on those things? So I don't see an issue with us supporting both. Maybe a question to Mr. Nelson. We've put aside money in the capital budget for the EA study. Has that been spent yet, and how much money have we put aside for that?
Mr. Nelson, please.
Through the chair, there was money set aside. We have spent a portion of it with the work that's been done to date. I think it's around 500,000 that were for the total EA and the basically to deliver on the recommendations and the back work. Again, this is a body of work that currently in-house we just don't have the staffing levels in order to complete it. So this includes a lot of work for additional outside consultants that aren't just the transportation consultant, but other consultants, and in terms of including things like engagement with our Indigenous partners and things of that nature. And again, we just don't have the staff resources in-house to do those types of things.
Mayor Leal, yeah, I definitely understand that. It's just the reaction last week was along the lines of, well, this is a lot of work and a huge change to that road, when in reality there's just a few core foundational problems with that road that probably could be fixed differently than what's being proposed, especially since I don't see us being in a financial position to be able to approve the results of that study once it comes through. So I support Councillor Lachika's motion. I think it will give us an opportunity to look at what can be done immediately, where's the low-hanging fruit that council could find the funds for to make that strip of road much safer and much more efficient. So I support the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Lachika, your second time on this.
Thank you very much. I just as a final comment, I just really like to emphasize that we heard tonight about how essential it is to address our immediate safety needs in our community. These were experts. These were folks that are committed to community activities and cycling, transportation mode share. We want to have a reorientation of our study objectives in this project to reflect the transportation master plan, something that's already been decided by a previous council, and that should be the lens that we use going forward. There are overarching council priorities, the 4 that we saw tonight on the screen: travel mode shift, safe transportation systems, reduce capital and maintenance costs, and meeting our climate mitigation targets. Those were the 4 priorities of the Transportation Master Plan that the community consulted on and this council endorsed and approved. So that is simply all that we're doing, is saying it is urgent for us to do this right now. And I have a question for Commissioner Nelson. It's been said around the horseshoe that we've never had an environmental assessment that took 10 years. Is that so? Because there was one that we were speaking about earlier. Can you just confirm that yes, indeed, they can take a long time?
Commissioner Nelson, please.
Through the chair, I think there was reference made to the North NDA that it's taken a considerable length of time. Unfortunately, that EA has one that's had a number of external inputs that have caused some delays that have been outside of both staff control and the studies control. Because again, it's taking into areas that are taking outside inputs that those outside inputs are causing those delays. But outside of that, again, the recognition is that most EAs are completed within a more timely manner, but the unfortunate part then is the actual implementation takes some time in order to get the funding and budget for it and do all that competing for the various capital projects and improvements that are needed throughout the city.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Nelson, about that North NDA that did take 10 years. And there are things arise and could arise in this situation that could extend the length of time for an EA in order to address the urgent safety matters that are existing as we speak. So that's what this is about. And I thank you for your support of this motion.
Councillor Chica. Councillor Baldwin, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Nelson. Blair, I think you referenced the Chemung Road potential work going from 4 lanes to 5. And then in our ward, Councillor Riel and I are dealing with the East Side Transportation Study and the potential realignment of Ashburnham Drive. Now we're talking about another transportation study on Clonsilla. Are those that I've just referenced, are those in the queue to be done in that regard, or would another transportation study like Clonsilla, is it going to supersede the 2 that are already in the queue?
Mr. Nelson, please.
Through the chair, I think what you look at again is you're waiting for the EA to be completed and the projects that fall out of the recommendations within that, and whether they're one specific project or possibly in the Clonsilla study area, it may be made up of a multitude of projects, a whole suite of projects per se that basically would represent transportation improvements within the area. I would hazard to say that if there's at the finalization of the EA, if there's small projects that are very quick wins for the municipality and cost little money, maybe some of them might jump the queue. But again, it would still be from the perspective of still being a project that would come forward and compete for those capital dollars as we see with any other project. So again, one of the challenges being is what are the cost levels of those projects?
So thanks for that, Your Worship, and through you. Again, I was listening very carefully to the presenters this evening, and they had some very valid suggestions. But I don't think in my 12 years in council we've ever implemented suggestions from the public and or suggestions from councillors without doing all of the preparatory and the research work before doing that. So they may be very, very valid suggestions, but I think staff would behoove staff to do their due diligence to make sure that some of those suggestions are workable, doable, and they're competing for capital resources, just as you've described. So, given all that, Your Worship, I'd like to see the original motion go forward and have that study. I'm sure Commissioner Nelson has been taking notes and with those presenters, those delegations earlier this evening, as was I. Thank you.
Councillor Pradell, please.
Thank you. Following this, when we get to the main motion, I would like to address that little connecting leg by 3rd Avenue. But for now, I do want to address the amendment and the big picture here. This is a big project. It's a special study area that has been identified that needs to be looked at as one unit because it is very much interconnected for all modes of transportation, not one or the other. And it is money. There's no easy way to just say, oh, let's do a turning circle here, or let's go to 5 lanes or 3 lanes, and let's throw a bike lane on Clonsilla. Like, you need to do a proper environmental assessment, and that does mean consultation. EA's consultation is a big part of environmental assessments. It's not just looking at the environment. And chances are we will need that EA if we hope to find some future funding for it. You have to do your homework. We cannot piecemeal this project. It's way too important. So I would like, through you, Mayor, to ask Commissioner Nelson, is it even feasible at all to separate an environmental assessment from such a major project on a major corridor?
Mr. Nelson, please.
Through the chair. So again, I will come back that if there's individual components, and I think the question was heard earlier, that if there's individual components that don't require an EA to be completed because they're operational improvements, if the demand and the requirement is there, those can move forward. It doesn't, the progression of the EA doesn't dictate that they can't go forward. However, that being said, there's currently really nothing that's indicating these projects are needed now and should move forward. So as Councillor Baldwin indicated, it would be a requirement on city staff and or anybody that's bringing the project forward to ensure that they go through the proper engineering design works, ensure that all the standards are met, because otherwise, both the professional staff and the city as a whole takes on liability if those checks and balances aren't in place.
100%. Thank you. So I won't support the amendment because we are going to have to take all of those safety items in consideration with the EA. We want to do this once. It's going to be very expensive. We want to do it once, and we want to do it properly, and we want to have all of the checks and balances in place. Thank you.
Councillor Real to the amendment.
Through the chair, I'm sitting here listening to everybody talk about here, and I want to thank the people that came tonight to speak. And also the people that emailed us. I came in early to talk to Commissioner Nelson about this and just get his ideas about this here and the reason why. But I have to concur with Councillor Baldwin. The people came tonight, they made suggestions, a lot of them from the bike group that want to use Clonsilla, make it safe and all that stuff, and that's what we're trying to do. It's going to take time and money to do this. This is a major thoroughfare that hooks into Charlotte Street, bringing people into the downtown. So how do you make it safe by what I'm listening to some of the people tonight, and certainly casting no aspersion on them. They have an interest. Some of them have a lot more knowledge on traffic and transportation than I do. But what I do is get a report from a consultant that we'd hire. I read it and I make a decision for the people, the constituents of the city of Peterborough. That's what we're doing. What I like the roads, and I've sat on council for 16 years. What I like to see Chemong Road done years ago. What I like to see Sherbrooke Street done years ago. What I'd like to see, what Councillor Baldwin and I have advocated for years, the East Side Transportation Master Plan and the Ashburnham Drive done. Absolutely. It all has to do with what Councillor Duguay said, money. And if we had unlimited funds, we would have a road network that you wouldn't believe. But we have to do, and we have to prioritize So I will not be supporting the amendment because I think we need to have the process. Irregardless of that, if you took the amendment and took what the people were saying that they wanted done tonight, you would still have to have some professionals look at this of what we could actually do. Bring it down to 3 lanes, whatever that takes. But I want the process to go. I would love the road to be done tomorrow. Is it going to be done? It's all contingent on how much money we have and what the priorities are. So that's what I have to say.
Councillor Rail, any more questions? Mr. Nelson, I have a couple of questions. First of all, I want to thank the presenters this evening. Mr. Nelson, it's my understanding that the Class EA process in the province of Ontario by default looks at alternatives through that process. Is that correct?
To the chair, to yourself, yes.
So what has been articulated here tonight by default will automatically get looked at through the EA process. Would that be correct, Mr. Nelson?
You are correct.
Then my next question is, based on the information we heard and positions articulated this evening, if Clonsilla was shrunk to 3 lanes, would that will it lead to traffic infiltration on Western, Ford as the 2 kind of north-south streets, and the 2 east-west streets like St. Mary's, Chamberlain, and Romaine? Is that quite a possibility of traffic infiltration if we shrunk it to 3 lanes? I'm asking the commissioner.
Through the chair, based on the traffic volumes that are measured today, and basically if there's expected growth, even the traffic volumes today, to reduce it to the single lane in each direction, it would be a challenge to carry the capacities that exist today. But again, to say and to predict what people are going to do is a challenge and difficult, like we heard tonight. But typically our experience in the past has illustrated that people will try to find alternate routes when congestion exists on one route. So yes.
And if I could just go to a practical example, because we haven't been accomplished the work yet on Chamont Road, that has led to traffic infiltration in the north end. Is that correct, Mr. Nelson?
Through the chair, yes, we are receiving complaints from some of those adjacent neighborhoods, and unfortunately don't really have a solution short of trying to do and progress with the upgrades to try and appease some of those traffic volumes.
Thanks very much for the response. Well, now an amendment has been moved and seconded. We'll go to a vote. And the amendment's been defeated. We'll go back to the main motion. Someone moving the main motion, Councillor Duguay, Councillor Purnell. And Councillor Purnell, you wanted to speak to the main motion.
I did have a question for Commissioner Nelson, please. We did all look at the map about that little connecting piece from Clonsilla, from Sherbrooke to 3rd Avenue, going into the Kinsman area. And a little bit of a history lesson, back in 2010, when Mayor Bennett was elected, that council, Councillor Riel and I were on that council, and as well as Councillor Beamer. And there were 7 goals that were presented to us at the very beginning of the term. And removing that little connecting piece to 3rd Avenue was one of the 7 goals by that mayor. And we removed it. We just took that out of consideration. And as part of that decision back then, it just has not been around, contemplated in any way. Otherwise, we would not have put a splash pad there. It was supposed to go in the west end, but it went to the Kinsman area instead. So for it to show back up on the map was quite a surprise to me. I thought it was long, long gone. So my question through you, Mayor, to Commissioner Nelson is, can we just ignore that piece to take it out of contention right now because, you know, the speaker did make very, very good points about it. I agree with all of it. It's always a road. When I try to get parking and safety measures put in there for the splash pad, it's like, no, it's a road. We have to treat it like a road. But that's unsafe for the children. So, Mr. Nelson, can we just remove that now?
Through the chair, it is council's will can be relayed to staff. My recommendation is that, and a little bit of the history is the fact that that portion was approved through the medical drive EA. It was always anticipated that that connection would be made, but you're correct. When the previous council come in during the execution of and the construction of the medical drive road, basically at that time, the decision was made to try and move forward with the Parkway EA in order to make the more desired connection of completing the Parkway and connecting it to Medical Drive. The outcome of that was such that an individual EA request was made of the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks. So as a result, that portion had not been constructed. So it is still a viable alternative. And as I say, my recommendation would be to look at all viable alternatives. However, it would still be council's direction at the end of the EA. If it's possible that this is recommended, they could remove it at that time. The benefit of looking at all possible alternatives, it takes away the argument that the city did not look at all possible alternatives if one of the other alternatives is being considered and we get objection to one of those alternatives.
So how much does that add to the cost of doing the study
Councillor
if
Purnell,
we,
you want
we
your
leave
second
it
3
in?
minutes?
Sure, thank you. Does that add a lot to the cost to keep it in for the reasons that you state that we can say we've done our due diligence, knowing now that I'm not going to support that piece if it comes back?
Mr. Nelson, please.
Through the chair, I don't know the specific costs of just that component. I would argue that any costs associated with fighting an appeal would probably well exceed anything that we're spending to study this area.
Can I ask if the splash pad will make any difference now that the splash pad is already in existence? Will that weigh heavily on the criteria?
Mr. Nelson, please.
Through the chair, the splash pad definitely has to be taken into account now that the fact that it is there. It was not there during the previous EA approval. So the argument is the environment has changed. So therefore, thus, there would be the need to study it and look at that. And if it could very well get screened out on the premise that the splash pad is there.
Okay. I thought of another question, but I don't know if I can do it.
You got 1 minute, 50 seconds.
Okay. Will the, if that leg were to be completed to 3rd Avenue, so Clonsilla at 3rd Avenue, would it just be right out only? Because that intersection would be very, very close to the other one of Sherbrooke and Clonsilla.
Mr. Nelson, please.
Through the chair, the previous design, if my recollection is correct, the previous design did have a signalized intersection at that location, in which it basically just come out and teed into the side of Clonsilla. What it did do was some of the things that would be is it looked at what improvements were needed then at the Sherbrooke and Clonsilla intersection in comparison, because if you don't do that, then the improvements at the Sherbrooke and Clonsilla intersection get more significant.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Burke, please.
Thank you.
Councillor Duguay.
Thank you, Mayor Leal. And, I want to reiterate my gratitude to the delegates that came tonight. Mr. Fitzsimmons emailed us this afternoon, and I got to consider that along with his delegation. So I was waiting for the autonomy ward councillor to maybe do something, but I'm going to make a motion to add a D, that staff do not pursue the extension of the Medical Drive roadway through Kinsman Park. So I'm going to make that, and I have the wording here. I just wrote it out, but I really believe that there's a huge.
Do we have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Chicken.
Yeah,
Councillor Burke.
I think a lot of people want to second this because, you know, there's a huge difference between a consultant from Toronto looking at a Google map, almost like a video game, thinking, where can we fit a road? Where can we fit something in here? A nice little loop-de-loo. But there's a huge difference between that and then those of us that experience what that looks like. You know, we've been looking at it on the map during last meeting and at tonight's meeting. And, you know, for all the reasons that the delegate mentioned, as well as just functional reasons, you know, you're going to have to cross Medical Drive. You're going to have to cross Sherbrooke Light. Then you're going to have to cut on to Clonsilla right after the light from Sherbrooke and Clonsilla. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me to do it. And I think that sometimes we have to be prudent. We can just cut off these ideas at the head. So we remove this option from the consultants and the staff. I think it frees up their capacity to work on the sort of bigger issues with what we're considering. And for all those reasons, I think that this amendment is a good thing to do now before any more work goes into an idea that ultimately council will not approve when it comes to council as a final plan. So I'm moving that. I'll read it again because I just written it down. I'm moving to add a C, to say that staff do not pursue the extension of the Medical Drive roadway through Kinsman Park. And that's my motion. Thank you very much.
Councillor Duguay, you're next on the list, but do you want to speak to the amendment?
I would, Your Worship, briefly.
Okay. Speaking to the amendment, Councillor Duguay.
Thank you. Again, to reiterate, thank you to Mr. Fitzsimmons' attendance and for all the work with you, Soccer. The signalized intersection of Sherbrooke Street, Kinsman Way, and Medical Drive, most of it works with the exception of the leg of Kinsman Way. I would, Commissioner Nelson, if because the Kinsman Civic Center, Kinsman Park, youth soccer, it attracts a lot of traffic. And would the class environmental assessment consider some possible improvements to Kinsman Way? It's very narrow. My Mini Cooper often gets lost in some of the depressions in the pavement, but that's winter conditions. But would the class environmental assessment consider some appropriate improvements to the portion of that? I think portion of Kinsman Way is a public road, is it not? It is not.
Nelson, please.
He's nodded it's not, but I think there's some to Councillor Burke's motion. I wouldn't want to dismiss the opportunity of at least improving the Kinsman Way portion, perhaps some vehicle movements. And I also wanted to be ensured that we are not prohibiting the ability of the pedestrian connectivity from Kinsman Way to through to 3rd Avenue, at least to the west side of Clonsilla Avenue. So this is really the vehicular connection, not a trail connection.
Mr. Nelson, please.
Through the chair, to be clear, I would add wording to that extent in the motion. However, I would like to reiterate my earlier comment about the fact that if you don't study it, there is the risk that somebody uses that as a mechanism to argue some of your other alternatives that do come forward. And if you find opposition to those alternatives, we could get taken to task that we did not review all possible alternatives. I just want to reassure and recommend and advise council of that condition.
Your Worship, supplementary. You heard, I think Commissioner Nelson earlier, you said to Councillor Parnell in response an appeal. Are you suggesting, sir, that a member of the public or somebody could appeal the results of the class environmental assessment because it didn't consider this road extension?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Thank you. I'll reserve my comments. Thank you.
Councillor Vasiliadis to the amendment.
There you go. Perfect. Thank you. No, thank you, Mayor. No, I'm thinking of some of the comments that Councillor Parnell made, looking back on the history of this one space and that area. And I remember it was Councillor Clark and myself. That used to be Monaghan Ward, right? So, and knowing that this addition was not going to be a part of that particular area, that was one of the reasons to put the splash pad there. But I mean, even looking at it now, there'd have to be a plan for parking. I mean, it's one of the busiest splash pads we have, right? So, and looking at that extension too, I mean, we know how expensive additions like that can be. It's going to be millions of dollars to add something like that to it. But there is that safety factor too, and just driving by that splash pad on a busy day, on a warm day, it's quite busy. And so I can't imagine how that would affect that particular area, especially when there's ongoing events going on at Kinsman. So I certainly do support this, and that we take it out. It feels to me like a consultant said, hey, again, they look at all the options, let's just stick this in there. But I do recall again talking about that years ago, and I know it was a bit before my time, but I do know that did come up during our conversation. So I do support it, and thanks for Mr. Fitzsimmons bringing that forward. That was a good catch. Well done. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Kralik to the amendment.
Thank you, through you, Chair. To Commissioner Nelson, if we allow the consultant to look at that portion of the road, they come back with the study and it shows that that's an option there. Can we as a council remove that? And does that not put us in any sort of liability?
Mr. Nelson, please.
Through the chair, it would basically still give you that opportunity to remove it. But at least then the study has looked at all viable alternatives, as opposed to not looking at the viable alternative and being in a position where there's an unknown associated with somebody appealing one of the other alternatives that are being looked at.
Okay, so as a city councilor, we have a fiduciary duty and we have a duty to make sure the city doesn't get sued, and we have to do the right thing. I support 100% what Councillor Burke is considering. I'm going to vote against it though, because I don't want to put the city at any sort of liability or risk, even if it might be a low one. So what I would do is I would wait until we get the study back and then vote to yank it. So thank you.
Councillor Burke for a second time.
Yeah, I'm not following the rebuttals that we're hearing about this from staff. We're hearing about phantom alternate roadways that may or may not exist. Well, I'll tell you what, they're not in this report. None of them are. So I can't debate or be put in a box because of some potential different options that aren't in this report that I don't know about. And from what I'm hearing from staff, our liability for someone challenging it exists tonight by making this decision, but it will also exist at the time when this EA has been done, and we may or may not vote against that roadway. So I'm not buying any of the rebuttals here as to the fear around doing this tonight. What we're doing tonight is we're cutting to the chase of a decision that will be made down the road, and we're saving staff time. We're saving the public time from having to come and react to this when it's a little bit more down the road and it's a little bit more of a thing that actually could happen. And I think that's a good part of good decision making. Make it make sense. I'm looking at the map. Make it make sense to me. And Councillor Vasiliadis raised the best point of all. You know, we're looking at $11 million for a sidewalk for 5 or 6 blocks. Imagine what this is going to cost. There's hydro lines. The little entry point, Clonsilla is crazy. Clonsilla is nuts. It's like being in Mario Kart. And we're going to put a little merge through Kinsman, through someone's backyard, merge through onto Clonsilla. Make that make sense to me. I don't need an EA study to say that that's how they're going to do it. Let's cut it off. This is part of good decision making. is let's stop this nonsense now and have the consultant and staff focus on the nuts and bolts of the plan, which we can get behind. And this is the decision we can make tonight because I've moved it. And I really don't think we're in it. Like, there are times when we make decisions where there's real liability that we should be concerned about. I don't think, if I was a betting man, I would bet that the city is not going to be held to task because we did not include this little red cut through on our plan. This is about Clonsilla, okay? And there are ways to do it. There are no other alternative cut throughs for Medical Drive, this, that, and the other in this report from the consultant. So I don't see how that's germane to anything we're discussing. We're just saying that we're giving staff the go ahead to go ahead with this site design. And we're just cutting out a little element of that site design and we're saying, go ahead with the rest of it. Just don't pursue this one part. That's all. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, if I could just get clarity on it's not a liability financially. It's a liability of an individual in the public making an appeal to the Minister of the Environment, Conservation and Parks on the A. That's the liability, right? The last time around on the Parkway issue, there were 95 people that made appeals to the Minister of the Day, and the Minister of the Day, because of those appeals, decided not to approve it. That's the exposure on an EA. Is that right?
You are correct.
But thanks very much. Mr. Clerk, the amendment is.
Thanks, Your Worship. Amendment's been moved by Councilors Burke and LaChica to add a recommendation C that reads that the extension to Medical Drive through the Kinsman not be considered by staff.
You are, Councillor Purnell. You want to? Oh no, you've used your 6 minutes. Councillor Baldwin. Councillor Baldwin.
Thanks, Your Worship. I guess this goes to Commissioner Nelson. Do we need to leave it in for a possible pedestrian trail and parking, or can that be just separate?
Mr. Nelson, please.
That's why I said roadway. So it's a road. It's an extension of Medical Drive. Sorry.
I'm asking the commissioner, not
Mr. Nelson, please.
Through the chair. Yeah, I would. If the intent is to limit vehicular traffic, I think it would be better to make it clear because, again, unfortunately, roadways not defined. And the argument would be is that if we put in some other form of transportation facility in there, we could get challenged by somebody saying, no, you know, the motion was that you would not put a roadway in there. And the question is can a sidewalk be defined as a pedestrian roadway, right? And I just, if we're trying to make it clear, let's make it clear.
Councillor Burke, you may want to make it clear just because I have some insight on the appeal process that goes to the minister and EA, so you may want to make it a bit clearer.
Yeah.
Narrow your scope there to avoid a potential appeal by somebody.
Yeah, I mean, I'd welcome any help with. I looked at the report, and the way that the road was defined in the report was an extension of Medical Drive, which is a road for traffic. It's not for pedestrians. So I want it to be covered because I like the idea of having pedestrian access through that space. So
vehicular. Councillor Duguay.
If I might, with your indulgence to assist Councillor Burke, then I think what the motion perhaps could say is that the potential extension to
to Medical Drive accommodating vehicular traffic through the Kinsman Civic property not be considered by staff.
Councillor Shiki, you're okay to second that? Very good.
If I might, if Commissioner Nelson, does that provide some comfort?
Commissioner Nelson, please.
Through the chair, I would agree that that provides some additional clarity. Yes.
Thank you.
Any further comments? We'll go to a vote. And that is carried. We'll go back to the main motion now as amended. It was moved by Councillor Purnell and Duguay, I believe. Any further questions or comments on the main motion as amended? Main motion as amendment, we'll go to a vote. At 10 o'clock, we do. And that's carried. We want to go back to 9F. And do we want, it's already been moved and seconded. The main motion as amendment, we'll go to a vote. And that is carried. Councillor Duguay, you want to move, we extend the hour past 10?
It appears it would be a precautionary measure, but yes.
Moved by yourself, second by Councillor Purnell. We'll go to a vote. There we go. 9L. And that's carried. The next item we have is 9L. Is that yours, Councillor Real? If somebody like to move and second, we get it on the floor. Moved by Councillor Baldwin, Councillor Duguay. Councillor Real, you have the floor.
Through his worship, I just wanted to make the point like I did last week. This is a procedural bylaw change that I don't agree with. I think it should be left to the new council of the day. What I'm hearing, certainly for the procedural bylaws that have been changed here, for how we conduct our business here, I'm hearing complaints already. So just I'm saying that I am not in support of this procedural bylaw as written. I think it should be left to the new council.
Thank you very much.
Just the point I wanted to make.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rail. Councillor Burke.
Thank you. I'll just quick, I won't speak to it, but I spoke to it last week, but I'll just quickly move that we defer this to the next term of council to decide these changes. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for the deferral? Councillor Chica speaking to the deferral. We'll go to a vote on the deferral. Yeah. And that's lost. The main motion has been moved. Comments or questions on the main motion? We'll go to a vote. And that is carried. Mr. Clerk, the next item. 9P, Alto. The next item is 9P on Alto. There's just a couple comments I'd like to make about that. Everywhere I've gone over the last 3 or 4 days, it's been the #1 topic. I was at the Legion for lunch last Friday, a #1 topic about Alto and having the political leadership in this community to pick a lane and clearly stand up that Peterborough is to be one of the 7 stops, and we want to do everything we can from a political perspective to emphasize that with the Alto people and the federal Minister of Transportation. But something that struck me is a comment that appeared on Facebook from the former Member of Parliament for Peterborough, Mr. Damastro. And I'd like to read it to get into the record because I think Dean has summed it up very, very well. So his Facebook page said this. It's in the public domain, so people have had an opportunity to read it. He said, "It's so incredibly sad that no matter what we try and build as a nation to move Canada forward, that people line up against it. To be clear, according to the Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters, Canada, the country first united by the Canadian Pacific Railroad, should not build a new railroad because of its impact on fish and wildlife. ? Did high-speed rail harm fish and wildlife in any other country? ? Did CPR wreck Canada or did it unite Canada? ? Canada needs to grow up. We need to build pipelines, railways, ports, and transit to increase productivity and open new trade opportunities. The impact will be minimal and a return to our economy and our collective future will be significant. There are no nations with high-speed rail that could imagine life without it. It provides interconnectivity with urban transit, reduces congestion, and provides convenience and speed to travel that no other mode of travel can match. It will boost tourism, drive investment, and boost economic growth. The path that Alto has set out was not chosen on a whim. It's the best corridor with the least impact. It follows a virtual straight line from Montreal to Ottawa to Toronto through Peterborough. It does not take away rail service from Kingston, and it will cause no more harm to anyone or anything than building any other railroad would. That is the truth. I think that's quite a statement from the former Member of Parliament. The other thing that is interesting to note is last Wednesday, the CEO of Alto did an interview with CBC Radio, and I just happened to have the transcript from his interview. There's a lot of talk about following the 401 corridor. So here's what the CEO had to say about that. He said the question was, why can't the project follow existing corridors such as Via Rail and Highway 401? Via Rail is not a good option because it has so many curves. And if you follow the CN corridor, it's not a greenfield, it's a brownfield. From an operational standpoint and construction, it's very terrible because you need to stop Via and CN while you would build adjacent to it. I've heard so many times following the 401 and other highways, people think our highways are straight lines. It's not the case. There are so many curves in it, and it's densely populated east and west or north and south of the highway. The amount of land that we'd have to buy would be significantly higher, and the disruption would be greater. We'll be looking at all options. None are to be rejected, but it has to be a straight line and feasible. Other building it on our curves would be a white elephant. So I think that sums it up extremely well. And we'll continue to push forward with this amazing project. Councillor Riel.
Chair, I find it very disappointing. I attended the International Women's Day, and the MP of the city come up to me, and I think you were beside me, Mayor Leo, when she said, stole the virtues of Alto Rail and how we had to all get on board. I was just showing a soundbite tonight of our MP coming down the stairs of Parliament saying that the railway should go and there should be a train station in Kingston. I'm befuddled by what our MP and our MPP should be doing. Their job is to promote Peterborough. We are the largest center of this area. And when I see this type of thing, it doesn't bode well for me as a city councilor here trying to promote economic development and move the city forward. The only way that you would get a train station in Kingston is to go along the corridor, just like you spoke about, Mayor Leo. They have chosen a path. We didn't put our hand up and say, please look at Peterborough. They drew a line and they said one of the stops will be in Peterborough because it made sense. If you took a compass and made a circle, there's 300,000 people that would be impacted by using that train system. That's the impetus for doing this. But when I watched this tonight of our MP saying that Kingston should get a railway station, the only way to do that is to defer the track along the 401 corridor. There's a reason why they're building a high-speed rail from Laval, Quebec to Toronto. And the best way to do it is in a straight line, like the mayor says. But I would like to see our MP and our MPP promoting Peterborough. Instead of us trying to argue and fight with these people, they should be the promoters for the city of Peterborough. And I really, when I watch this here, I couldn't understand it because she said to me no more than a month ago, we have to be on board with Alto Rail.
Councillor Purnell, you're moving. Councillor Duguay, you're seconding it. I have Councillor Duguay, then Crowley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was pleased to have introduced the motion last week. And without belaboring matters unnecessarily, I'd like to say this to my colleagues in the public. I have received phone calls and emails from both city and rural residents thanking the city of Peterborough for being so enthusiastic in their support for this nation building project. I would say as well to my colleagues and to those that suggest that Peterborough ought not to be considered for a location. Mayor Leo, you're absolutely correct. The CAO Alto following the 401 would be incredibly disruptive to far more land and varied land uses than would be a rail route that would travel through more rural areas. The routing from Peterborough to Ottawa is not the responsibility of the city of Peterborough. It's the responsibility of our national government. But I believe it's our responsibility
as we've demonstrated that we enthusiastically support the project. I can also advise that I have heard directly from Alto staff thanking Peterborough, saying we are the community that is the most enthusiastic, thanking staff, thanking senior leadership for being so supportive of the project. And lastly, to my colleagues, the Alto station, notwithstanding all the construction activity that would happen, but this is a major employer. And if Director Jolat were to tell us we have this opportunity, we have this major employer, we would be leaping on board to accept and find ways to make this happen. We've been gifted an opportunity. To all my colleagues, I'd like to say this: last week, I left very encouraged by our support, and our unanimous support is still needed because we are being watched and observed. And I think, frankly, we're the envy of some communities. So I appreciate your support, and thank you for the opportunity to speak once again on this important matter.
Councillor Crowley, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I spoke with our MP on the weekend, and not only did she communicate to me her support for the city, her support for Alto, and she echoed some of the comments that we've heard tonight about how transformational it's going to be for our city. But I also communicated to her as well that we are all on board and it is Next Stop Peterborough. And we will continue to fight for this if need be. We will do whatever we need to do in order to make this happen. I do think that there is certainly some questions that some of the surrounding areas do have. Those will be answered in time. But I don't think right now it is worth anybody's while to try to fight this. Change is coming, and we can either choose to embrace it, move with it, and progress with it, or we can let it wash over us like a tsunami. And I don't think we want that. So I'm looking very much forward to the Alto. Thank you.
Councillor Duque.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was remiss in not asking to the clerk, and with the indulgence of my colleagues, that our motion be circulated to our Chamber of Commerce and similar organizations, so that their boards could consider adopting a resolution, and they could communicate to the same persons we are, reinforcing a community felt support for the project. Thank you.
That's an amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'll defer to the councillor. In the recommendation, in terms of the distribution, it does include regional economic development and transportation partners, and it's my understanding that the chamber would be included under that category.
Your Worship, I'm satisfied with that explanation.
I took the opportunity to reach out to the Member of Parliament this morning, and I think she'll clarify her position. I think there's a sense there was a false impression that may have been left in people's minds. I'm not on social media. I understand there was something circulated. She was in the company with Mr. Garrettson, the MP for Kingston, the Islands, and I do believe there will probably be some clarity brought forward on that fairly soon. The other thing, we're aware of a motion that was passed by Durham Council. I just want to say that I'm not at liberty to put names on who sent information to me, but I can say the gist of the information I got from people living in Durham is that resolution does not reflect their views on this particular project. So if there's any other comments, we'll go to a vote. Sorry? But it's a public letter. Yes, that's carried. The next item is 9Q, non-functioning parking meters. Councillor Chica.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to call the question. I'm moving and Councillor Burke is seconding.
We move that the question be put. Mr. Clerk, where are we now then? On the garbage. 9R. Councillor Burke, please.
Thank you, Mayor Leal. So, I know Councillor Parnell wasn't here, but I just want to briefly talk about the issue at hand. The issue at hand is that we have an enforcement strategy that is unfairly targeting independent property owners. I'm not talking about big landlords, independent property owners. And over a period of 2 weeks, I was approached by many of them, as were other members of council, where in some cases they were receiving 20 to 22 tickets, $250 tickets for orphan garbage that ended up in front of their business. And the way that the bylaw is written is that the orphan garbage or deviation from the bylaw, the penalty is administered to the property owner. And as someone who has business downtown, my father had a business downtown. There's certain ways that a city functions downtown where I believe that this bylaw is unfairly impacting the lifeblood of our downtown independent business owners and independent property owners. And so how do I react to these people that are coming to me? Well, I thought of...
Councillor Burke, you're moving this.
Yes, correct.
And we got a seconder. Councillor Hagee. Go ahead, Councillor Burke.
Thank you. So as a councillor, I have a lot of options. I have a lot of options when I'm met with what's happening. I have a lot of options about what to do. And I met with staff. I met both with our enforcement staff and our public works staff. And I thought that instead of creating a change to the bylaw that would take place like that, based on my opinion, or instead of advocating for some of the really great suggestions that I've heard from the business owners, suggestions like Put a ticket on the bag and give us 48 hours to solve the problem. Don't do the enforcement at 1 p.m. Do it during business hours. Line up the enforcement approach so that it lines with our property management. In a lot of cases, the enforcement was happening at 12:31 in the morning. Bylaw was coming, issuing the ticket. Public Works was coming behind bylaw, moving the garbage, and the property owners weren't even given a chance to remove the bag that was in front of their property. Now, my studio is downtown. I could walk out of my studio and place my garbage in front of my neighbor's property. And under our bylaw, the neighbor, the property owner as my neighbor, would be the one ticketed for my action. So this is unfair. So instead of making sort of workshopping the bylaw, in talking to staff, I thought the best approach was to pause the enforcement and give staff an opportunity to consult with these business owners, come back to the table to us to say what changes can be made. Now, I've heard from a lot of you that there's some concern with that timeline, the July timeline. That was never my timeline. That was never my timeline. That was given to me by staff. So I have no need to hold on to that timeline. Now, what I've done today is I made an amendment that I'm going to move to just amend.
You want your second 3 now?
I'm through 3 already.
You sure?
Whew.
The clerk's the timer here. You want your second 3?
I guess I have to, you know.
There you go.
So I've considered this idea that the July timeline is too long. Now I'll just tell you this: none of this pausing the bylaw, none of that will affect the way garbage piles up in the city. This enforcement strategy has only been implemented since November 2025. This is a brand new approach. So in talking to Public Works, they have the capacity, if enforcement is paused for a limited time, to continue to do the work that they do to clean up the city, to come around and deal with the orphan garbage, deal with instances like in front of my house. There's a couch from the 80s, a green leather couch that someone dumped on city property. Public Works will still be picking up things like that. So we will not be overrun by garbage. I'm going to move an amendment. And I'm just replacing the June 1st timeline, July 1st. So I'm scratching July 1st and I'm going to add, and I've given this to the clerks, until such a time staff have consulted with affected property owners and business owners and report back to council with recommended bylaw amendments to improve clarity and fairness in enforcement. So this removes the timeline.
Do we have a seconder for the amendment? Seconder?
So this removes the timeline. It puts the ball in the court of staff to be able to deal with this as efficiently as possible. My only thing that I'm pleading with staff to do is to please do some proactive consultation. I will gladly walk you to the business property owners that talk to me. I think that we need to get out of the office and start to visit people, to hear from them how this is impacting them so that we can build a system that works. I appreciate the support. This passed last week, 7-3. So I didn't even need to come here and change this, but I'm listening to you all. And I think I've made a change that will really allow staff to pause the enforcement for however much time they need to take to come back to us to make those changes. And I'll finish up my speaking time, my second 3 minutes, with asking staff a question. So given the current bylaw, if I walk and put 15 bags of garbage on an off day in front of City Hall this weekend, will the city get ticketed? Can it ticket itself?
Mr. Barber, please. Sounds like a legal question.
The difficulty with the question as it's been posed is it turns what is really an operational issue into an enforcement issue. My understanding in the downtown is that we have between 94 and 96% compliance with the new standard. Generally speaking, people behave to a standard that they understand and that is clear. I understand also that certain property owners have a problem with the operational aspect of when garbage is collected. The existing bylaw.
Can I take my time back? Because I didn't ask about the behavior and I didn't ask about the cultural shift done by, I asked a very pointed question, very specific question. A yes or no answer will do. I asked if I go put 15 bags of garbage in front of City Hall, will the city ticket itself, or was the city ticketed when that green leather 80s couch was put on city property? Or did Public Works just come pick it up?
Councillor Burke, we heard your question. We want to get Mr. Barber to answer the question. Mr. Barber, please.
So the manager already has the ability to change the day of the week when garbage is collected. He can change the time of day when garbage is collected. So turning to the question about whether the city would ticket itself, the answer is probably not. But we would expend additional resources picking up garbage which was illegally dumped in front of City Hall because the standard has been removed. The danger with what is being contemplated is it would remove the standard and make enforcement in the downtown effectively impossible.
Finish up by saying this. I think that that's a problem. And if you're the public and you're one of these people that has received 10, 20 tickets for being in receipt of garbage that you had nothing to do with, how would that make you feel? That the city is saying, well, in our case, if it's in front of our property, we just remove it. That's all that Rob Cahill's asking. That's all that these people that are coming to me are asking. They're saying that there's a discrepancy here that needs to be made for orphan garbage that ends up in front of my property and whereby I'm getting unfairly ticketed for it. This motion will resolve those concerns. This motion will ask staff to come back to the table to change the bylaw in a nuanced way. It's not going to come from me at 10 o'clock on a Monday night. It's going to come from consultation, and so we can change this to work properly. Thank you very much.
Seo Reyna, I want to get to you before I go to Councillor Baldwin. Seo Reyna, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say that this question of yours, it comes back to the resources. If it comes to my knowledge, within the next 24, like 6 hours, there will be 2 security guards standing at the door watching who has dropped it. And also, through you, Mr. Mayor, I want to tell you about this thing. I won't name the city where the downtown we had the same problem. At the end of the day, I know Commissioner Simonovsky is working on this. We'll go there. At the end of the day, sir, responsibility lies with the owners, because the other places, after all these, it's my personal experience working from other places. The city recommended all the things, but at the end of the day, those 5-6 property owners, they have to buy the cameras and get the security, because if those people, in spite of your best efforts, don't have the civic ethics, the garbage will keep on piling. That's it. Thank you.
Councillor Baldwin, please. And then Duguay, and then LaChica. Councillor, and then Rio. Councillor Baldwin.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I see
to the amendment.
I see Director Middleton in the audience. I was wondering through you, Your Worship, if I might ask Director Middleton a question or two.
Absolutely.
So,
Middleton, please.
Director Middleton, what I'm hearing from the councillor is there are a few independent downtown businesses that are getting 10 or 20 tickets, which the councillor says is unfair. Are you able to give me a percentage of the number of businesses who are in compliance in the downtown, please?
Mr. Middleton, please.
Through your worship, I think the easiest way to probably answer the question is that there's 208 properties in the DBIA, and there are 8 properties who have received 5 or more penalties as it relates to the enforcement in question.
Thanks for that, Director Middleton. If there are 5 or 6 business owners or property owners who have been not in compliance for five or more times, what is our professional staff doing to make or help those people get in compliance?
Mr. Middleton, please.
I may have to defer to our colleagues in municipal operations. MLES specifically deals with the enforcement piece. As mentioned by another councillor earlier this evening, we do undertake enforcement on the weekends in conjunction with public works staff who are out collecting that garbage. The enforcement piece is the piece that we are responsible for.
Mr. Sebanovsky, I know you're meeting, you know, the 8 hot spots, and I know you've convened a meeting on April the 25th, I believe, to have a conversation with business owners in the downtown to come up with satisfactory solutions. Mr. Sebanovsky, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and to you, that is correct. There's a meeting scheduled from a previous meeting in January with any business owners that were having challenges. We had one attend that meeting. We are also seeking support from all councillors to encourage business owners to contact our department to arrange to be invited to that meeting, to ensure that there is an opportunity to hear their concerns. As well, we will be launching material has been prepared and launching information to the specific owners that are struggling with compliance to either seek alternative solutions that they would have to support and implement on their own, but also ensure that they understand the rules of the collection program and where we can to accommodate any special needs that they may have that fit within our delivery service or collection service.
Councillor Baldwin.
Thank you. Thanks, Your Worship. So that addresses the concern about some downtown merchants and/or residents who are having a difficulty with that. I guess this goes back to Director Middleton. Dylan, what would be the result of pausing the enforcement from an enforcement standards perspective? I'm assuming if we paused the enforcement, there would be no enforcement at all. Would that be the case?
Director Middleton, please.
Through your worship, effectively, as it relates to garbage collection specifically in the area outlined in the motion, there would be no enforcement.
Baldwin.
So through you, Your Worship.
You want to use your second 3 minutes?
Am I limited to 3 minutes talking to staff?
It's all part of the 3 minutes.
I just wanted to reaffirm that. Thanks. We'll take the 3 minutes. Sure.
You have 3 minutes is back on the clock. Proceed, Councillor Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So Director Middleton, what your staff is doing right now is you are enforcing the standards that have been directed by council. Is that correct?
Director Middleton, please.
The standards for collection, yes. And again, I may defer to the city solicitor or municipal operations for some additional details, but the collection times, the collection period in general in terms of day of the week and the collection location are all delegated to staff to select or amend depending on operational needs.
So through you, Your Worship, would you be recommending, would it be your recommendation to pause enforcement if we are going to maintain the standard that council has developed or has delegated authority to your staff? Would that be something that you would recommend that we do?
Director,
we want to maintain the standard.
Director Middleton, please.
Through your worship, no, it would not. We've seen a good amount of success in terms of compliance so far, and that's spanning 5 months. So it's working.
And my last question, Your Worship, because I know I'm getting close to my time.
Minute 19, sir.
Oh, that's great. Director Middleton, when anybody gets a violation or ticket or however that's being communicated, what process can someone who receives a ticket like that, what process can they do to have their concerns discussed? is there a process in the back of a ticket, or can they call your department? What's the process to resolve that issue, or is there one?
Director Middleton, please.
Through his worship, the format of the penalty is a little bit different than what someone would expect on, say, a parking penalty, for example. But the information and the adjudicative process for review, either through a screening by screening officer or appeal to a hearing officer, apply to all penalties in the AMP system.
Your worship, that concludes my questions, and I thank you for your liberation of the time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baldwin. Councillor Duguay, then Lechika, then Riel. Councillor Duguay, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Baldwin asked some of my questions. I had one to Commissioner Simonovsky's. I understand, if I heard correctly from Mayor Leal, you're going to be meeting again with some of the, I'll describe them as the concerned property owners, businesses.
Simonovsky, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
And ideally from that, perhaps some solution, some operational arrangement would be made without having to change the standard. Is that the object?
Mr. Simonovsky.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would suggest it would be a two-step process. Ideally, we will understand the specific challenges of each of the property owners that cannot comply, see how that can be either adjusted or work through education to get them to do the collection cycles that we do operate in. If that is unable to be achieved, what we are seeking to do is actually have those property owners develop their own waste management plan that we would then have on file to identify their strategy to manage waste that may be outside of our collection windows if we cannot accommodate them. The intention with that is to have a clear understanding of what they're going to do in lieu of not being able to comply with our collection process.
Your Worship, I have one final question then to staff, perhaps it's to Commissioner Simonovsky's or possibly to Director Middleton. We know who the concerned property owners are. We know, staff know. Between now and before some arrangements can be made, can we consider on that limited basis only those property owners, because apparently it's 5 to 8, and we have a compliance of the other. So that means it's about 200 property owners that are complying, 200 businesses. Can we say in those instances in which there was a infraction, would we be prepared to waive their tickets? Only those affected we know who they are, because I am concerned if we were to approve the change, as Director Middleton has rightfully stated, there is no enforcement. So if we know who the concerned property owners are, could we work with them on that limited basis and say, we're working with you. This is a goodwill gesture that could we, I don't know if the system would permit it, but is that possible? That might be a legal question. That might be an enforcement question. That might be an operational question. But it strikes me as being a reasonable compromise. And then we don't have to have an area-wide exemption, which I'm very concerned about its consequences. Thank you.
Director Middleton, please.
I can attempt to start this, Your Worship, and I will likely defer to legal counsel. The short answer is no. It's not something that I would suggest. When the province permitted municipalities to undertake AMP systems and bring enforcement out of the provincial offences courts, there are stipulations that are structured in a way to not allow political interference. And so if what's being suggested is that council cancel the penalties that are currently either awaiting screening or otherwise a debt owed to the city, then that I think would meet the definition of political interference with an enforcement process.
Barber, please, to add to it.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I would just concur and reinforce with what Director Middleton just said.
Your Worship, that I didn't mean my question to be rhetorical, but I suspect that would be the answer, because it would be.
Councillor Duguay, you want to use your second 3?
I'll use my 1 minute. I'll give somebody can have my other 2 minutes, but that would be my understanding that it would be, Councillor Baldwin may want my other 2 minutes, But the question wasn't meant to be rhetorical, but unfortunately, I think it would be viewed by others that it would be interference, and that's simply not permitted. Thank you.
Councillor Chica, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I would like to ask that it be sent the actual article that states political interference. You know, what we're raising tonight as councillors, you know, whether it be parking tickets that are issued in air where there really isn't a contravention, or garbage tickets that are issued in air and not a contravention. We as a council have an absolute right together to streamline a process that it works more efficiently, and then that is providing something that is based on the feedback from our taxpayers, from our business owners. We have a responsibility to serve and support them. And as town ward councillors in the downtown, it's a prevalent complaint amongst business owners about trash and parking. And I feel like in some ways we need to be careful to make sure that we're not expressing that we don't care. Because honestly, if we don't address this and make it better, it sounds like we don't care, and there's no way that we can make our system better. We can make suggestions based on the feedback that business owners give us to make our system work in a fair way and work in a better way. I can think off the top of my head, if we had colored bags for small business owners and a different color bag for tenants, then we would be able to decipher an orphan bag and whether it came from a business owner or a tenant. There's right there something that somebody would come up with. We need to consult together to make our systems work. Different municipalities do things in different ways, and we need to find out what best practices are and apply them. That is not political interference. That is best practice. That's all we're looking for. Best practice supports our business owners and supports our consumers and increases economic development as opposed to exasperation and business owners wanting to leave because they're so frustrated. So thank you, Councillor Burke, for bringing this motion forward. I hope we'll think about the error issue that's at stake here and dealing with errors in issuing tickets to people who were not responsible for what the ticket says. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Rial, please.
Through the chair, we have two councillors, the ward councillors, that have brought two issues. One was parking, one was this garbage issue. They're doing their job on behalf of the residents and certainly the business owners in the downtown. I don't know how you would ever go to the AMP court, or whatever you want to call it, when the bag is ticketed, then you're fined, but the garbage is picked up for. The only way you would be able to say that it isn't my garbage is cut it open and get a letter or whatever it is, something in there to say this isn't my garbage. Well, they can't do that. So I don't know how you would go to court for a $250 fine and try and prove that it isn't your garbage without evidence. Now, as a small business owner at one time in downtown, and I got a $250 fine, that could be my whole day's earnings. Gone right there. So for some of these owners that are getting $5, that's $1,000. That could be a couple of days or two or 3 days profit of running their business. So what are they going to do? Why would I have a business downtown when I can't, I'm being fined for something that I'm not to blame for? The two councillors have tried to bring this here to highlight it, that there's a problem, and get staff to act. That's our job. Please act on this and find a way to help these people out. This fear mongering, if you've got 96% success rate, what's this fear mongering that all of a sudden garbage is going to appear all over the place because you're not in compliance? What they're trying to tell you to do is get out there and talk to these people and try and work with them and find out what's going on and solve the problem. Pretty simple. They had to come here and do this, and the counselor tonight has changed that date, not my date. That was the date that I was given when I made the motion. Okay, if you can do it tomorrow, I'm even happier. That's all he's saying, is I have a responsibility as the council for downtown to try and get this resolved for the business people, because they're fed up. They're fined. They can't prove that it isn't their garbage because of the pickup process. And here we are. They just want it solved. Pretty simple.
Councillor Vasiliadis, please.
Thank you, Mayor, through you to Commissioner Simonauskas. So basically what you're doing is more of a communication piece, is it? To communicate to landlords on April 25th?
Mr. Simonoski, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the meeting in April is intended to follow up to our initial series of complaints that were received in November, December when this program launched. And it was a reach to through the DBIA and staff through the business owner or the building owners or property owners to come to the table. Mr. Middleton was there, our operations staff were there, our collections people were all there to answer and address any questions with the property owners. So this is a repeat, a reach to say, let's see 4 months later from January where we are, and hopefully either get more feedback as well as maybe gather more complaints from property owners that have since been ticketed. And I do also very much want to do an on-street reach. Councillor Burke has offered some connections to some of the residents, some of the owners that he's spoken with. And I want staff to also make that reach, as well as specifically to any property owners that are still struggling with compliance issues that we can smooth out. So it is all to ensure we have full communication and engagement and trying to do the best that we can with the resources that we have.
No, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the work that you're putting into it. I look at it, it's basically 2 months, and I look at this as a bit of a reset. So, I mean, I support the amendment, and again, we're trying to communicate with the downtown business or property owners. And, it says this was a standard that was directed by council. I'm sure our intentions really weren't, or as far as the standard goes, to give people tickets that really weren't disobeying the bylaw. And that's kind of what I'm hearing, is that that's the problem. And I've talked to a few downtown property owners too, and it clearly was not their garbage, but they got tickets. So I'm sure that's not, when we put out this standard to directed by council, that was our intention, because that wasn't my intention, is to give people tickets that didn't deserve them. So that's why I'll support the amendment. And again, it's also about supporting the businesses and property owners downtown. Thank you.
Councillor Burke, and then Councillor Hickey.
Thank you. Just to the amendment, I think there's a couple points. This is my first time speaking to the amendment. The idea of political interference does not exist with this motion. The idea of political interference exists with using staff's delegated authority to only focus on the big offenders and not everyone else. That's the political interference argument. So that's not what I'm presenting. There is not, this is not, we're not getting rid of a bylaw so that there will be gladiator fighting downtown as of tomorrow or whatever. Like, there will not be any major issue that, first of all, the data says that things are getting better. There is still, if you drive downtown after the meeting tonight, there is tons of orphan garbage around. I think on Elmer and Hunter Street, there's a business with 15 bags of garbage out today that I saw. Someone moved out. So this is something that has always existed. Like CAO Reyna's example, we have always come and dealt with that. Clint's property maintenance was doing it through the DBIA. We have taken that in-house to do that with Public Works. So there are not residents that are champing at the bit with their properties filled with garbage bags, just waiting for this opportunity for the bylaw to be paused so that they can just dump the city streets with garbage. That's not happening. People are living their day-to-day lives. And the unfortunate fact is that the consultation that we did do, the meeting that Commissioner Simonoski said, unfortunately, staff greatly outnumbered the business owners that came up. I'm not going to ask because I don't have enough time, but I imagine that the next meeting is set during the daytime. You're probably going to get the same amount of business owners showing up if we continue to do it that way, which is 0. I think the DBIA and maybe one other person showed up. So this motion, again, I'm trying to do things correctly. I have met with staff numerous times. I built the original motion off an idea that staff said they could use to change the bylaw instead of me making those changes. And now I'm coming back to the table based on some of your concerns with that July date and saying, no, we'll leave it to staff to do the consultation and come back as quickly to us as they can. Because if it is a big concern that there's going to be chaos in the streets with garbage, well, then they can come back to us quickly. There's just a little consultation work that needs to be done. I'm telling you, if you lived and worked downtown and you understood the fact that I could walk out of my door with my bag, put it in front of Councillor Riel's property, and he would get the ticket. If you just understood that for a minute, you would see that this is not anyone's fault. It is just a place in which the bylaw is too black or white. And instead of me workshopping on the ideas that could be fixed, very simple ideas like treat it like you do my garden.
Do you want your second 3?
Yeah, treat it like you do. Fast clock tonight. Treat it like you do in my residence. If I put out my garbage inappropriately in front of my house, I get a yellow ticket on that, and I have to bring it back in and rearrange that. Well, a lot of the property owners are saying, Al, that would work. You're treating this like a parking ticket. You're giving me the ticket. Tag the bag with the yellow ticket and give the property owner 24 hours to remove the garbage. Simple, easy. That's what I'm proposing. And this motion will allow staff to hear that from the property owners and come back to us instead of us workshopping colored bags and tags and this and that. This will be done through consultation. Staff will have their operational expertise and they will come back to us with some meaningful changes that can be made. And, you know, it is what it is. I have done everything. I have narrowed the scope of where the motion is to a couple of blocks because I think that it's important that this happens to allow the people that are getting unfairly ticketed to reset and to have their voice heard through our staff and to have that information come back to council so we can make the appropriate changes. I think this is the only way to do it. This motion received 7-3 support last week, and I'm pleased. The hour's late. I'm just asking for your support again. I'll take all the calls. If it turns into I lived on Spadina during the garbage strike in Toronto, okay? And if it turns into that, I promise you, I'll take all the calls. You can give them my cell number. This is a good faith motion that we're making so that staff can come back to the table and we can rework that bylaw so that we can continue to do the good work. Because even the people that are ticketed unfairly, they are in favor of the city doing something proactive. And I think that this is the way to do it. And I made every attempt to try to work with staff and other councillors to make this something that's palatable for you all, because I believe that it's important for us to do. Thank you.
Councillor Hakey, please. Councillor Crowley. Councillor Hakey.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. What I like about this is it's very clear. They're talking about improved clarity and fairness, which I believe is what we owe the business community. You know, I've had a business downtown myself for many years. If I'm not mistaken, the tax base of the downtown core still represents about 30% of the taxes in the city now. Mr. Freeman could correct me on that. I think we owe it to them to try, and that's what we're doing. Mr. Simonovskis is very good at coming up with solutions because I've sit with him on other committees and they're very complete. They're not saying you have to solve it definitively. What they're saying is it could be education and it's clarity on it. But I'll tell you, as a small businessman, to Councillor Riel's point, we had the shop on Simcoe Street for 12 years there. If I got $200 fine a night, and I remember looking out and seeing the garbage, and it wasn't ours. There was like 15, 20 bags of it. And I can suspect what I might have done had I got no response from the city at that time. But the intent, to Councillor Vassiliadis's point, the intent for me wasn't to penalize people consistently when they're telling us that it's not them, but to find a solution and not be as punitive. Garbage downtown is awful, but I think there's a solution, whether it's a bag, whether it's a tag. And again, we have a very talented people in the city that I'm sure can come up with it. I'm going to support this. I think it's appropriate for sure. Thank you.
Any more speakers? Councillor Crowley, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Director Middleton, I'm going to keep this quick because of the time. While this, in effect, removes enforcement in that specific area downtown, what does that do for those in that area who either have received a ticket today or are waiting for a hearing? What does it mean for those tickets? Is everybody grandfathered at this point and they toss those tickets out, or we just do not apply any new tickets?
Director Middleton, please.
Through his worship, I think similar to the question that was posed by Councillor Duguay, any penalties that are currently issued and either pending payment or some level of appeal would remain outstanding, and those appeal processes would apply. I believe the motion speaks to any enforcement from this point forward.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Purnell, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am giving this serious thought because there's the other part to the equation. It's the 200 property owners that are complying, and a big complaint about the downtown you hear is, there's garbage. And so that's a deterrent for people coming to the downtown. So we collectively have been trying to clean up the downtown through the DBIA before, through one city even at one time. They used some municipal money to clean up the garbage. They don't do that anymore. So that is the big problem. We don't want more garbage downtown. My concern, even with the amendment though, and I guess it'll be a question to the commissioner, the whole idea of until such time as staff have consulted with affected property and business owners and report back to council. How long will that take? If it was a week or two to reach out to 8 businesses, then maybe yes. But if it's longer than that, it's going to create quite a problem. And what happens if the 2 weeks doesn't work, and then the next month it's just as bad? Do we keep going back to this? So to the commissioner, please.
Mr. Sebanowski, please.
Certainly through Mr. Mayor, the communications are ready to release. We've been working with communications on messaging, so that's going to happen this week. And the outreach is also happening as we speak. That's been happening through the whole process in concert with the enforcement component. I would suggest that those property owners that we can find some clarity and some understanding on the process will happen pretty quickly. Those property owners that may choose not to participate would then be open to future fines. So the question really becomes, how quickly can we communicate with them? How quickly can we find some solution or resolution to the issues or challenges that they may be experiencing? And if we can't find a solution that the two parties can agree to, enforcement or some sort of warning system or some sort of mechanism will have to come into play. Again, ideally, I was suggesting to Councillor Burke May 1st deadline, and I would like to have this program back on track if by May 1st, if not sooner.
So I'm wondering if the councillor would consider putting a May 1st deadline on this amendment.
Councillor Burke.
I think that I don't think it's necessary. I've talked to Commissioner Szymanowski in depth. I talked to him today about it, and I believe that I'm confident in my conversations with him that my intent and understanding of the motion can be met by our staff way before May 1st. So this is putting the ball in staff's court to do the work. come back to council and present us with something that we can get behind, or if we can't get behind, go back to the old system. Thank you.
So Mayor, that leaves me a little bit uncomfortable because it's so open-ended. And if we don't have people come into compliance, we can't just have it, or we can't get agreement on possible bylaw changes, amendments, which are not easy to do, and that's reports and council cycles, and we're heading into very heavy agendas through May and June. I don't think I can support it unless we put a deadline of May 1st on it. Thank you. Actually, maybe we'll.
I'll just say though that the wording of the motion is explicit. It says that the enforcement is paused until that report comes back. It isn't saying that we need to find a unanimous solution that works for all. It's saying that we pause the enforcement until the report comes back. It's explicit in there. So if the report can come back for our next council meeting, then we can do that then. But
You still have the floor. Yep, you got on your next three.
Okay, no, that's fair. Thank you. So through you, Mayor, to either our legal expert or our commissioner, can you give me any peace of mind of if we do this, that we won't get into a long protracted time of non-compliance and non-enforcement, please?
Mr. Semenowski, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. I believe we can find resolution very quickly on this. The only physical challenge will be getting into the cycle and getting a report ready to bring to council. However, that's going to be a fairly quick direction, and I might hesitate to say that we could even come forward with a report that might have some bylaw direction without the actual changes to the bylaw. Really, what I'm looking to do is say we've got some solutions, we've got some things that are working. The enforcement can start again, and an updated bylaw would be pending, because there are other elements across the city that I do want to review in the bylaw process as well, and would like to do it as one omnibus update rather than piecemealing the bylaw updates. So it may be a two-step process, but as soon as we have confidence that the community is understanding the requirements of the bylaw, that we've made some concessions on an interim basis, and then we have some compliance tools to reinforce those that are still outside of the requirements of the bylaw in a timely manner, that would be the goal.
Okay, so that does give me some peace of mind. But we do have enforcement issues in other parts of the city, so I don't want that to get lost either. Thank you.
Any further comments on the amendment? Mr. Semenowski, I got a couple of questions because I happen to think May 1st should be the date that's put in there. If you were given 4 weeks to have a series of meetings with the 8 property owners that are impacted, the ones that appear to have the problems, could you think we could have some solutions and approaches for those 8 property owners by May the 1st? I know people don't think there's going to be a garbage Armageddon, but I think if you don't have enforcement, that is a potential risk down the road. So, Commissioner, please.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. We can have some form of agreement and understanding with those 8 properties as to what the next steps would be.
And that gives you 4 weeks, 1 month to get it done. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So, Councillor Duguay.
Your Worship, just a clarification, considering our council meeting schedule, we meet April 13, we meet April 20, we meet May 4. Would it be appropriate to have the date as May 4? That allows for the item, if there's a report, it comes back to a GC meeting on May 4. Because I don't think April 20th is possible. May 4, it just looking at our calendar. So we've actually we've set a GC date, if that's agreeable with the mover.
Councillor Duguay, just to share, Councillor Burke, I'm not going to support your amendment, but if somebody comes back with a hard date of May the 4th, I'd be supporting that. So just let you know. Councillor Duguay, Sorry. Yes, quickly. Quickly.
I mean, I like the idea of having a date for May 4th for the report to come back. What I'm hesitant to do is to put a timestamp on the enforcement and have nothing be resolved and then be in this same position again. So I'm happy with adding May 4th. By saying that, where is it? And report back to council on May 4th with recommended, but like add May 4th to the report back to council. Fine, I'm fine with that.
Is that okay to the seconder? It was Councillor Lynch. We're fine with that.
So we're changing reported to report back to council on May 4th.
We're on the amendment. It was moved by Councillor Burke and second by Councillor Hickey. Sorry, Councillor Chica. And Councillor Burke, you're amending, you're adding to your amendment with May the 4th. Is that correct?
The amendment says report that says reported back to council. I'm adding report back to council on May 4th.
Okay. You're fine with that, Councillor Hickey? Any further comments on the amendment? We'll go to a vote. And that is carried. And back to the main motion. Someone like to move the main motion? Councillor Burke, Councillor Hickey. Any further comments on the main motion as amended? Main motion as amended. We'll go to a vote.
I'll just say though that there's a little grammatical error in it says reported. It should say report.
Thank you, Councillor Burke.
Yeah.
It's carried. Next, we have approval of bylaws. Bylaw 26035 and bylaw 26036. Someone like to move it? Councillor Hickey?
Can I ask that they be separated?
Sure.
My feeling of.
You have a conflict, you have a conflict on the first one?
No, I just.
Okay. We'll deal with 26-35 first. Someone like to move it? Councillor Vasiliadis, Councillor Crowley. Comments or questions? We'll go to a vote. That's carried. Bylaw number 26-036. Someone, Councillor Duguay, Councillor Purnell. We'll go to a vote. That's carried. Other business? Nope. Other business? Confirmation bylaw 26037. Councillor Vasiliadis, Councillor Crowley. I always say it's better on the right, so that's carried. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Purnell, Councillor Duguay. We'll go to a vote. That's carried. We're adjourned. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, staff. Thank you, audience.